Malaki is white. Cannot believe this. Malaki, you're white. Malaki. Can this be? Hold on. Okay. We're making a. For first-time users, we recommend the tutorial. Learn the basic while starting game creation right away. Would you like to start the tutorial? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Map basics. Start tutorial. Warning. Okay, warning. Warning. During a tutorial, if you execute a command other than the one the tutorial indicates to you, can go to help, stop tutorial to stop the current tutorial and start over. Next. Next. Boom. Right. Click new project. New project. You say missing streams of the new Thomas the Attack Engine game to be here. Nice. Listen, Thomas, it's not that great, okay? Right, should I play Thomas the Tank Engine? Dr. Jones, should I play Thomas the Tank Engine? Also, have you noticed that Malaki is white? That should not be the case. Malaki has betrayed us. Also, it's been a while since I've seen Malaki here. Look at this, Dr. Jones. This is... We're making a game. I told you we're making a game. Project... Lucy has a game. RPG Maker. Next. Click OK. Yay. RPG Maker MZ to be exact. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Jones. The right side of the screen is the map. On the upper left is the title palette of the map. On the lower left is the map list. Yeah. Click here to switch to map mode. Next. This is the tile set palette. Select a tile here and it will be drawn on the map. Now for more detailed explanation on tile sets, click Database. Here is tile set, so click it. This is the tile set settings screen. The mode is important. In field, you can specify the field type or area type. Click OK. In map mode, you can draw your map, and in event mode, you can place events. You can zoom in and out on the map. Give it a try. How do I zoom in? What the hell? Oh, never mind. The game doesn't even tell me how to do this, but whatever. Okay, technically speaking, RPG Maker is not a game. It's a game-making software. Next. Click zoom in to magnify the map. Zoom out. Press in Control key plus roll the center wheel of the mouse to magnify shrink the map. Oh, this is useful. Giggler. Bushu, 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 bushu. Bushu, 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 bushu. Guess who's with me in the room? You will not guess. Bushu, 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 bushu. Pressing the center wheel of the mouse. Move the mouse to scroll the map where the entire map is not inside the window. Click actual size to rest the map size. Now we're done with the map zooming. Next is an explanation of the map tree on the lower left. The map tree. Right-click to change the map name. Click Edit. Change the map name to Field Map. Next. Click OK. Next, we'll place tiles on the map from the tile palette. Click Map. Click Tile Set B. Bushu, 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 bushu. Bushu, 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 bushu. Bushu. Bushu, 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 bushu. Fajdo. Chodź do mnie, Busiu, chodź do mnie, Busiu. Chodzi, chodzi, chodzi. Can you see him? Can you hear him? Chodź, Fajdo, chodź do mnie tu. He yawned. He yawned at me. Oh, you can see some of them. He left. No, he's not like that. He's a good boy. Okay, let's go. Scroll down and click the town on square one. Where's square one? Scroll down and click on town on square one. What town should I? Maybe here. Cave. Next we'll create town and cave maps. This time we'll use a sample map. Right click and load a town map. Load sample map. Normal town. Okay. Right click to load a cave map. Sample map. Stone cave. Where is it? Where is the stone cave? Do you see the stone cave, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones, do you see the stone cave? Dr. Jones. Oh, there it is. Quacktastic ducks. Next, we'll link each map to the field using events, so they can be entered and exited freely. Click map to edit the field map. Click event. Right-click the town. Select quick event, creation transfer. Click location. Click normal town. Click on the entrance of the top of the town. Click OK. Click OK. Click normal town from the map tree. Right-click on the entrance, the top of the town. Wow. Click field map. Hello. Hello, Big Jerry. Click field map. Right-click the cave. Select quick event creation transfer. Click location. Select stone cave. Click the entrance of the cave below. Click OK. Click OK. Click stone cave. Right-click at the exit on the below cave. Transfer. Now we're done placing our transfer events. Next we will determine the player's initial position. Yes. Absolutely. Click normal town. Right-click on the tile on the road. I've been making, don't you remember when I was making a game in the RPG Maker when I was still a VTuber, Dr. Jones? Don't you know Lucy has a lore? Don't you know that I was making a game when I was beeping with Chad Logic? Don't you remember those days? I cannot believe you. I cannot believe you. Select set starting position player. Click save project. That's it. Click playtest. Gay test. We select gay test. Did you know this about me? My secret? Did you know my secret, Dr. Jean? Dr. Jean, Dr. Jean, Dr. Jean. The tutorial has been completed. Wow, that was a crappy tutorial. I playtest the game. I hope the playtest will actually show on the screen. Okay, I have to actually set the playtest separately. Window playtest. Okay. This is loud. Raid, Michelle, Cassie, and Elliot. Let's get out of here. Wow. Isn't this fascinating? What do you think, Dr. Jones? We have a game. Long sword, leather vest. You're naked now, Reed. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna... new project. Game title. Lucy and clans. We're going to continue the idea from years ago. You remember the game that I started years ago, Dr. Jones? Please tell me you remember the game that I started years ago. Please tell me, Dr. Jones. Lucy, will this game also have strong sexual gay tensions like the visual novel you played? Which one? Oh, do you mean the one? Yeah, of course. It will not have some gay tensions. It'll just be straight up gay. I'm not a coward, okay? I'm not afraid to tell the truth, you know? You know what I mean, Dr. Jones? Okay, now we're going to go through a tutorial series because I'm the best. You know what I mean, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones, do you know what I mean? Dr. Jones, why are you like this, Dr. Jones? Why do you chastise me for being cool? Browser. I'm gonna get a browser, Dr. Jones. Tutorial. Are we gonna learn together, Dr. Jones? Oh no, that's wrong. What the hell? Delete. Yeah. Add window. capture. I almost showed you my short stack goblin, Dr. Jones. That was close. You know. But fortunately, you did not see any short stacks. That was close, Dr. Jones. Now I'm ready.
RPG Maker MV. It's a thing that lets you make RPGs quite easily.
Wow.
So let's get straight into it.
Whoa.
To create your own RPG, step 1 is to go create a new project. So let's go to the top left of this little blank place right here and click on this little piece of paper. So
I'm
click,
way ahead of
and boom.
this person.
So now we gotta create a new project.
Whoa.
Step 1, name the folder. Since you can't really change the name of the folder after it's created, you have to make sure this is something that really consistently remains a label that can actually make sense for your project.
Yeah.
So let's call it
Project 2.
First RPG ever. And then next
That's
is a game
stupid
title.
name.
Now, unlike the folder name, this can be changed anytime, anywhere. So what I want you to put in here is actually blah, blah, blah. And the reason for that is we are going to learn how to change that to your own game title later. But for now, do that. I'm serious. Do it.
No.
Now, finally,
No,
comes the
I
location
refuse.
of the game. Now, I'd recommend not touching that, because if you just touch it, you're just going to move it somewhere, you're not going to know where it is, and you're going to be very confused, and then you're going to cry, and then you're going to, slowly give up. So, just leave it in the Documents Games folder, or I guess you could put it on desktop, since that is a very convenient location. Then, we can hit OK. And then it's going to start loading. It's going to take a couple years, but eventually it'll get there. So I'm just going to skip forward through this part, so see you there. And here it is, our new RPG Maker MV project called So let's get straight into doing stuff. As you can see right here, we have sort of like a faded out player on top of this large grassy plain I get. So let's make it something else. If we go into the top right here, we'll notice that we have like this little grouping of this thing and this thing. This is going to allow you to actually draw on the map and draw like plains, draw sands, draw mountains, do whatever. So I want you to click on this. Next, let's click on what we want to edit. So let's try clicking on this sandy path thingy
What
right
did
here.
you do?
We want plains, draw this little grouping of this thing and this thing. This is going to allow you to actually draw on the map and draw like plains, draw sands, draw mountains, do whatever. So I want you to click on this. Next, let's click on what we want to edit. So let's try clicking on this sandy path thingy right here. Now finally, we're going to click on the tool we're going to use. So the tool I'm going to use, that's going to be the pencil.
Where's
Then
the sandy
now
path
finally,
thing?
we're going to click on the, let's click on what we want and this thing. So let's make it something else. If we go into the top right here, we'll notice that we have like this little grouping of this thing and this thing. This is going to allow you to actually draw on the map and draw like plains, draw sands, draw mountains, do whatever. So I want you to click on this. Next, let's click on what we want to edit. So let's try clicking on this sandy path thingy right here. Now finally, we're going to click on the tool we're going to use. So the tool I'm going to use, that's going to be the pencil. Then finally, I'm just going to click on that and then just draw away. So here we have it. We're drawing the sand path thingy. Yay! So let's go try out some of the other tools. So if we click on this tree right here, we can use the rectangle tool to create a rectangular shape for our forest. If we click on this circular or ellipse shape, then we can go and make a circular shape for our little cloud plane thingy right there. If we click on this little paintbrush, this can be the bucket tool, which allows us to just bucket whatever you want. So let's make it so it's going to be, instead of all this clouds, it's going to be mountains on the clouds, apparently. Well, that's awesome. So if you want to play out your amazing masterpiece, all you have to do is go to the top right and click on this play button. It's going to ask you if you want to save. Of course, you're going to say yes, and then we're going to go straight into it. We're brought to our beautiful title screen, not the default boring title screen you're going to hate eventually, but this beautiful one that has our amazing game title listed on top. hit the enter button and we can start our new game. And it'll fade out and bring us to our players just standing in this weird location. We can move around using the arrow keys. If you want to dash, hold down shift. So here we go, we run around, just, oh wow, it's something. So the last thing you may need to note for creating your own map, if you right click on a tile, you'll copy that tile onto your current pencil or whatever. So if I right click on the grass, then I can draw grass. Right click on the sandy place, I can draw more sand now. Right click on the trees, you can fill the trees back up.
Oh,
and
wow.
if you right click on these mountains, you can hooray more
I
mountains.
didn't know that. I did not know that, Dr. Jones. Yeah, I'm making game.
The white tile under it. And if you want to use more tiles, we can click on the tab B or the tab C, and we can have more tiles we can use in drawing our map. So we can take this road, we can copy that, and we can just, there we have a road thingy, yay. So now it's actually going to create a super amazing map. Not saying this one isn't super amazing, but we're going to make one better.
Wow.
And here it is, our beautiful new world. If we look in the bottom left, we can find that, hey, here's a little town. And if we look at the top right, here's our grassy mountains. We also have these normal mountains, this mansion place, and this corporate building that's just sitting there because why not? And so here it is. Now if you want to export and let others play your amazing game thing, whatever, all you have to do is go to top left, file, deployment. We're going to be asked to save our game. We're going to hit yes.
Yeah.
Then we're going to be given choices to what platform we want to export to.
Wait, we've been
Exclude-
raided by Alec Gunther. Hello. I think. Have we been raided? Hello, Alec Gunther, I think. Do we have tons of viewers now to watch me make a game? No, it's been 2 viewers and now it's just 1. I could have sworn that I've seen a thing that said that we've been raided. But it's still just 2 viewers. Oh, 3 viewers now. Okay, nice. Hello, viewer number 3. We're making a game.
Unused files and our output location. So let's set it so our platform is going to be either Mac OS
No,
or
it's
Windows,
not.
depending on
Yeah, it's
what you
Windows.
want to send it to or which one you're using. So
Hello.
I'm going to click
Oh, on
Windows.
Twitch as well. I've been raided on Twitch by Alec Gunther. Oh. Hello. Great terrain, hello. Are you on a ship?
I'm going to exclude unused files. And then finally, it's going to ask for an output location. I'd say just leave it on your desktop. Why not?
Yeah.
Wait, before we hit OK, this thing also says Android/iOS.
Oh my gosh.
This does not create an Android or iOS file. It's a lot more complex. Don't touch this. You're going to cry. It's going to be horrible. We'll get to that later. But for now,
Why
click
does
on
this
Windows
exist then?
or Mac and hit
Makes no
OK. So once it's done, we'll have this folder called our first RPG ever, and we can select our game by simply going to the game.exe and running it. So we'll run it. And this will bring up our game without the need for RPG Maker to be open. So here it is. It's open. It's beautiful. It has our title in the top left corner. It's going to say, we're going to click New Game, and then it's going to go straight in, and we can find our beautiful world centered right here.
Wow.
So let's go. We can visit the mountains. We can go to the town.
No, you
We can,
cannot.
go
You
down
have
here,
not
go to,
made it.
the building. We'll do some work, and we can go to the mansion. We can go to these mountains, and it's that's pretty much all. You can't even go inside. It's pretty horrible actually. What is this? What? All right. This is not an RPG. You want to make an RPG? Well, you better continue watching, and then we'll learn how to make a better RPG than this. Wow, that was really cheesy. Well, if you enjoyed this video, give this video a thumbs up.
This video has 1.1 million views. But this is the wrong RPG Maker because I'm using RPG Maker MZ and this is MV. So I want a MZ tutorial. Wait. What's the best RPG maker? Oh. So the one that I'm using is considered the best. MZ. All right, let's look at the MZ tutorials.
Hi everyone, and welcome to RPG
Yeah.
Maker MZ. If you're watching this video, then I assume it's because you're brand new to the RPG. All of the engine.
God.
Starting
Okay,
description,
we've already
just
done
files. This wouldn't recognize any files that were being, and then you can make, but we'll split when they your game is where you can move your character around. Then I do suggest encrypting your game files. An output location used by plugins, and it deleted essential files. On the right hand side, we've got encrypt yourself, and you're not going to explain that one. Over in edit, you've got your standard undo, cut, copy, paste,
I'm
delete,
not Googling,
find.
I'm on YouTube.
You don't need a tutorial for that. In mode, you've got two different modes. You've got your mapping mode, which is where you can manipulate the level where your character's standing on by using different mapping tiles. And in the other mode, you've got your event, which is where you can move your character around, create some NPCs, and maybe even
My
create some
internet is
treasure
good.
chests. The best way
Don't
to
be
swap
mean,
between these
Dr.
two
Jones.
modes
What the
are
hell?
these two buttons right here. The left one is
You're a
the
pervert.
mapping mode. This allows you to edit the level. The right one is the event mode, which allows you to dictate what's happening on the screen. On the mapping mode, you'll find a tile set on the left-hand side here where you can choose different tiles. Down here you'll find your A tiles, your B tiles, and your C tiles. These are just different lists of tiles
What a
that allow
crappy
you to do
tutorial.
different things. We'll get more into that in the next video when we go into
I like the
mapping
one
and
before.
level design. Over in the event tab, you've got your different event finder. So you've got one event, which is this man over here. We can rename him
You know what?
to
Screw it. I actually like
man.
I don't like this tutorial. It sucks. Donkey balls. Screw it. I'm gonna.
RPG
Screw it, I'm
Maker
gonna-
MV.
So far, it's been identical. So we're just
So in the
gonna,
last tutorial,
we're just
we
gonna use
created
this tutorial
this
because everything
map
seems
right here.
identical
But
between
it-
MV and MZ here, and this person is just more entertaining.
you can't do anything. You just walk around and that's it. There's nothing you can do. So in today's tutorial, we're going to look at how you can actually create an NPC, a non-player character that you can interact with, and we'll
This has been reduced to making Unity asset flips to fund Ukraine trips. Yes, exactly. Please donate and subscribe.
say something to you. So let us get straight into it. So to start off, if you look back up here, if you remember in the previous tutorial, we clicked this button to edit the display or the looks of the map. But if you click on this one, this allows us to create events. Now, an event is sort of like the mechanics of the game. So anything that involves like something happening, an NPC perhaps, like a monster, all of those are going to be events. And they're going to be displayed on your map. So to create an
Yeah.
event, first we're going to have this clicked.
Yeah.
Next, simply go to one of these tiles. As you can see, you can highlight them. I want you to just double click on one of these tiles, and it should bring up this big crazy looking event creator thing.
Okay, I'm gonna click. Whoa! It worked! Look, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones. It worked.
So let's get straight into creating an NPC. First thing is we gotta decide how this event is going to be triggered. So when an event is triggered, all the stuff that is going to eventually be placed in this big open empty area right here is done through the trigger. So if we look right here, we have this thing called trigger, and it's set to action button. Now this means when the player uses the action button, which is going to be like enter or the keystroke Z, this will trigger the event. Furthermore, we also have the priority. Now the priority is going to be where the event is positioned relative to the player. So let's set it as same as characters, which means it's going to be on the same plane as the player characters. Finally, we have the image. Now the image is going to be what the event looks like on the map. If we look right here, RPG Maker MV already has tons of characters we can use to do stuff. So let's go to one of these random characters like actor 2, this person right here. Let's click on the middle person, and here we have them. They're in our image section. So now, to make this event do something, we have to add something to the contents area right here. So to add something, simply double click, and it's going to bring up this huge thing with all these different choices for what you can add. There's even multiple tabs. So we have all this stuff right here. Go to tab 2, we have all this stuff here. Go to tab 3, we have all this stuff here. And it doesn't matter how long you spend making RPGs, you'll probably never get used to all the crazy stuff right here. But for the time being, we're going to focus on the first thing right here, which is show text. And this is what you use to create dialogue. Well, let's input the dialogue we want to appear when we interact with this event. So let's input, hello, I am an event. And that's it. If you want to preview how it looks, simply click this preview button, and it gives you a basic understanding of what it's going to look like. We can position it at the bottom of the screen, the middle, or the top. I just say leave it on the bottom.
Also, we're going to be working on the script while, as you can see, on the lower left, we have our little scripting thing. So I'm going to be writing ideas in here. If you want to contribute to creating the game, write your ideas in the chat. This game is going to be about a girl that unites the warring clans against a looming threat. Well, it's not a looming threat. Just like the game that I was creating years ago, we will have the protagonist by the fire, and the different characters will come to the fireplace and tell the protagonist their stories on how their individual clans were crushed by an overwhelming force, and she will have to unite them against a common foe. So we're gonna write this down, okay? Protagonist in forest. Different characters coming to the camp to tell their stories. Game will follow different stories in form of flashbacks. There you go. We have points added to our thing. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't it fascinating what we've added already to our game? Are you excited, Dr. Jones? Are you sufficiently sufficiently excited?
And then we can also set so it has a window background, a dim background, or a transparent background. For the time being, I say just leave it at window, and that's good to go. Let's hit OK. Let's hit OK, and our event is done. And as you can see, our event displays right here on the screen. So let's run our game and see how this event turns out. So here we are inside the game. We're moving around and all that normal stuff, but this time we have this person just standing right there. So let's go up to them and push enter while we're looking at them. And when we do so, it'll open up a dialog box and it'll say, hello, I am an event.
Hello,
if
event.
we hit enter again, the dialog box closes and the event ends. Now, let's add more stuff to this event. So let's go back to the event, double click on it, and we'll be brought back to the event page again. So now let's go and we can add more stuff, like show another text. So this is another dialogue. And there we have another dialogue. But let's try another cool thing we do. We also have this thing called show choices. And this is going to show multiple choices and have each one do something else. So the choices are yes, no, or whatever. So let's make choice 1 be I like hot dogs. And then make choice 2 be
You shouldn't write hot dogs together. There should be a space between hot and dogs, I think.
I like hamburgers. I hope that's spelled correctly. Anyway,
No, it's
when we
not.
do that, we can give the
I
player
think hot dogs is written separately.
2 choices. And when we hit OK, it's going to have 2 little sections right here in which we can put in different things. So for example, if we say I like hot dogs, this person will say I hate hot dogs. Ew, like that. And then if we go to the hamburger section and we double click inside of here, we can create another show text. That do that, we can give the player 2 choices. And when we hit OK, it's going to have 2 little sections right here in which we can put in different things. So for example, if we say I like hot dogs, this person will say I hate hot dogs. Ew, like that. And then if we go to the hamburger section and we double click inside of here, we can create another show text that says, I love hamburgers. Yeah. And so each of these events are going to be played in order. So first this dialogue, next this dialogue, then it's going to show choices. If choice 1 is chosen, it's going to say, I hate hot dogs, ew. If choice 2 is chosen, it's going to say, I love hamburgers, yay. So let's once again hit OK, let's go to our game, and let's test it out this thing we did. So let's go to our event, let's go interact with them, and now once again they'll say, hello, I am an event. Next they'll say, this is another dialogue, and our choices will appear. And let's say, I like hamburgers. I love hamburger. Yay! And then once again the event ends. Now the final thing you may want to know about when creating NPC is the ability to add a face next to the dialogue. So if we go back to one of these dialogues by clicking on it, then hitting space, we can edit one of the existing things. So if we look at this place right here, it says face, and if we double click on it, we can select one of these pre-built faces inside RPG Maker MV. So if we look around, we should find the Actor 2 face right here for this person, which we did before. So let's double click on it, and boom, and now we have this person's face in the event. As you can see right here, there's also a very faded line right here. Now this line represents where the dialogue box is going to end. So if we did something like some dialogue that is way past the line right here, then this dialogue is going to get cut off right here. So we got to make sure that if you do go past this line, you do an enter space like so. So it continues on the next line by doing blah, 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 blah. And then we can preview it by previewing it and seeing that, hey, it doesn't get cut off anymore. And it continues down here again. You have 4 lines for dialogue. Any more dialogue, and you probably either want to make it so that you can do it down here for another dialogue, or you just make it smaller. So once again, let's go add this face, and let's add it for all 4 of the dialogues, like so. Boop, 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 boop. Hello, I'm an event. This is another dialogue. I like hot dogs. I hate hot dogs. Whoa. I hate hot dogs. Wow, okay. Well then, until next time, RPG Maker tutorial out. So, in the previous tutorial, we created this NPC that talks to us, and that's all we did.
Crazy.
But we never really fixed the original problem, which is, we have all these towns, buildings, mountains here, but how do we actually get inside these towns, or mountains, or buildings, or whatever? To do so, we're going to create a new map, and teach how to transfer the player to that new map. So,
oh yeah, we're gonna make a new map. We're gonna make a new map, Dr. Jones.
before we actually do anything, we actually gotta first create a new map. So to do so, go down to your game title right here, right click on it, and hit new. And this will bring up like a new...
Wow, okay, I'm gonna do this. Dr. Jones, can I do this? New. Oh my god. No way, Dr. Jones, we're doing this.
Menu creator thingy. So we can make the name Town 1. And that's it. And we'll go to OK, and the map will be created. But let's say we don't want these settings, and we want to change the map settings.
Yeah.
All you have to do is go back to our Town 1, hit space when it's highlighted, and it'll bring up... Hit space created. 1. And that's it. And we'll go to OK.
The camp.
And the map will be created. But let's say we don't want these settings and we want to change the map settings.
Yeah.
All you have to do is go back to our Town 1, hit space when it's highlighted, and it'll bring up the settings again. So let's make it so the tile set is outside as opposed to overworld. Our previous map had the overworld tile set, which means it had all like the small towns, the mountains. And it just basically be a map that the player used to travel long distances. On the other hand, the outside or inside tile sets will be for like general locations that are more local. So the outside would be for like a local map that you're currently inside of, like the town we're going to be creating, and so we're going to be using that. Let's also make it so the width is something like 30. And let's make it so the height is about 20, just to make it more space. And finally, we also want to create a display name. Now this can be a name that's going to be displayed in the top left when the player enters a map. So we'll call this Town Ruby. Oh, whoa, there we go. And so we'll hit OK, and our town will expand, get bigger, and as you can see in the left, we have a different tile set available to be used for our tiles. So I'm going to go quickly create a map. One final thing is that if you hold control and scroll backwards, you can actually zoom out for your tile creation, or you can just push these plus and minus magnifying glasses on the top right here to zoom in or zoom out. Anyway, speed up, activate.
So we're gonna make the grass. We're gonna fill it with the bouquet. What a weird city. We're gonna be filling out stuff bit by bit because I wanna, you know, fireplace. That's the most important thing that we need. We need a nice fireplace. If you see a fireplace, tell me, Dr. Jones, if we see a fire. Dr. Jones, if you see a fire, please tell me. I don't see a fire, Dr. Jones. Why don't I see a fire? Maybe I'll make an event here. Flame. Vehicle, chest, crystal, door, flame. Oh, there you go. I'm gonna have to how to create moving fire in RPG Maker. MZ. RPG Maker. Movie fire. Oh. Trigger auto run. did not tell me anything.
Alright guys, I'm going to show you how to do an additive blending to certain events that will give off like a glow look. It's pretty nifty and like especially in a sci-fi setting.
Oh, there we go. I guess that's it. Okay, let's test it then. It shows, right? Oh, I have to actually show it. I have to actually. There you go. Yeah, see, we have a fire. All right, we've done it. So now we have to do one more thing. No, oh God. No, I don't like how that looks like. No. Yeah. Let me see. How do we fix this, Dr. Jones? This would be great if it worked. But it's off center. Look. No, it looks great actually. Okay, never mind, it looks great. What do you think? Dr. Jones, what do you think? Doesn't it look great? So we have our little fire. This is where the characters will gather around this fire. We'll have to create our character Lucy. It was gonna be a self-insert, as always, with those made games, right? It always has to be a Mary Sue self-insert, SJW character type. Just like me, Dr. Jones. It's gonna be just like me. Okay, let's go. Exciting? Oh, nobody's excited. Nobody's excited about my thing. Dr. Jones is not excited for this game that we're creating.
And our map is pretty much done. So now let's actually make it so the player can get to this map by doing something in this map.
Alright, let's do this. Actually, we don't need to do this. No.
So let's zoom back into this part right here. Let's go into our event creation mode and let's double click on top of the map. And now we're going to create a new type of event. So first thing we have to do is set the priority to below characters. And this means the player has to be standing on top of the event before it activates. Next, let's set it so the trigger is player touch. This means the player is going to walk on top of this event. When he's done and he's standing on top of the event, then it's going to transfer him to wherever he needs to go.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you did action button, this would mean the player would be standing on top of it, then click enter or Z to actually make the event run. So in this example, we're actually using player touch. So now we're going to go to our content. We're going to go inside, go to the second tab, go to the first one right here, which is called transfer player.
See?
Click on this.
This is useful.
Now we're going to select where the player is going to be transferred. So click this right here. And now we're going to have a list of all of our maps, just 2 right now. So we're going to click on Town 1. We're going to click on this new entrance spot right here. Then we're going to set the direction to left, since we want the player to be looking left when the transfer is done. We'll set the fade to black, though you can also use white, or you could remove it completely, though black is a good standard way to do it. So we'll hit OK, and this event is actually done. We do not need an image because we want this to be invisible and see the player just click on it or walk on it without actually having to know that there's anything going on. So let's go ahead and hit the OK. Now let's copy the event. We'll right click, we'll hit copy. Now we can just go up to one of these other tiles and hit paste and paste it on top of all of the town. So we can also do Control V to just paste it faster. And now when the player walks on top of any part of this town, it'll transfer them to the Town 1 map. So now in the Town 1 map,
Them. That's so woke.
let's actually go to this tile right here. Let's double click on it. And let's also create another transfer event for moving back. So once again, we'll do the trigger, player touch. We'll go to the contents. We'll go to second tab, transfer player, go choose a place. We'll choose map 001. We'll choose this spot right here. We'll make sure they're looking down. And then we'll fade to black. We'll hit OK. We'll hit OK. We'll save. And now we'll run our game to test it out. So now here we are inside of our game. We're walking around and we want to go into this map. So all we gotta do is walk on top of it and we go transferred into the map. So now we're in Town Ruby, and as you can see, we're actually inside the map we created. Now let's go back outside by just walking back to this part right here, and it transfers us back to the overworld. And that's all you need to do. But let's try one final thing. Now, if you're in event mode, if you right click on a tab by right clicking on it like so, we can go to quick event creation and actually create a transfer event for us. It'll ask us to select a location, so we can select one of the locations. We can select a direction, so we can select a direction. And when we hit OK, it'll actually let us create our own quick event. And as you can see, it's pretty much identical to what we created. The only difference is they have this play sound effect for move 1. And this makes it so that there's a sound effect that it plays when we transfer through the event. So let's actually take this and add it into our own transfer event. So let's right click on it, we'll hit copy, and now we can actually go to this event and we can just delete it entirely. So we'll right click and hit delete. Now go back to our own event, we will right click right here and we'll hit paste. And it'll paste it on top of this event right here.
Wow.
So now finally we can delete these other 3 events. So delete, delete, delete. Now we can copy and paste this new one on top of all these. And I did so just by hitting Control C, then Control V as a quick thing to do it. Now we'll have a sound effect that plays during our transfer.
It's gonna be like...
So that's all we can do for that situation. But say we're in our game and we want to go somewhere that we can't really walk on top of. Like these mountains right here. As you can see, if we push into them, we can't really walk on top of them. So even if we did use one of those events, they'd actually not activate because we aren't walking on top of them.
Wow.
So all we'd really have to do is actually do something similar to what we did for these events, only we combine it with what we learned from the NPC. So if we paste one of these events here, we can go into it and go to the priority and the trigger. So let's set the priority to the same as characters, and this will make it so that the player pushes against it, they can actually activate the event without really having to step on top of it to do the player touch trigger. Alternatively, we can set this to action button, and this would be the same as our NPC, which means we just have to be looking towards it, push the action button, and the event will activate. So if we paste this event all over our mountains right here, and realistically probably just put it on one side, but if we want to make it so that mountains can be activated from all sides, we'd simply do that. Now run our game again. Now, when we go to our mountains, we can walk into them, and if we push the enter button, it'll transfer us to our town, because we didn't really make a mountain map. But you get the point, and that's all for this video. If you enjoyed, please be sure to give this video a thumbs up. Please be sure to subscribe, leave a comment on the ways we want to see a new beginner's tutorial.
So we have our town here, and it's a beautiful looking town, I guess. The problem is there are no people in here, but we know how to solve that situation, because if we go back to our original map, we'll find, yeah, we know how to create an NPC. They're just standing right there, and just standing right there, not really doing anything at all. In fact, how do we make an NPC like this one move around? It doesn't have to be in a specific pattern, or perhaps you want to like run around circles for an extended period of time. And in today's tutorial, we are going to be learning how to do that. So let's go to our Town 1 map, and let's just get straight into it. So to start off, let's review how you create an NPC. We create an event, we set an image, we'll set to any random image like this person right here, we'll make sure the priority is the same as characters,
I'm thinking
there's
of...
the action button, and we'll give them some dialogue to say. So we'll go to tab 1, show text, this is a dialogue. There we go. And now we have our NPC. But now, how do we make this guy move? And the answer is this little square place right here called the autonomous movement. And here, we can set it so our event is moving around. So if you may notice, it's set to fixed right now, which means it's going to be standing in a fixed position. But we have 3 other choices: random, approach, and custom. Now random, you could probably guess, he's going to move in a random direction. Approach, that means he's going to approach the player, and custom means we're going to set up our own custom movement route. So to start off, let's focus on random. Now, as you can guess, he's going to move a random position or a random direction every certain amount of whatever. So to determine how fast and how often he's going to move, we're going to use the speed and the frequency things down here. Now speed, this is going to be how fast he moves from one tile to the other tile. So as you may notice on our map right here, we have all these things separated into tiles like this. And if you may have noticed, when playing your game, your player and all the NPCs and basically everything sticks to a certain tile. So this guy is going to move to this tile maybe, then maybe this tile next time, then maybe this one. Now, if you set it so your speed is say like super fast, number 6, very 4 times X fast, that means he's going to like zoom in to each tile. He's going to be pretty much teleporting from one tile to the next tile. He's not going to be doing it very often, but he's going to be doing it when he does do it very fast. So if we set it something like slower or the slowest possible, that means he's going to move like very slow from one tile to the next. And like with normal, it's going to be more like a natural movement. And like I said, the faster is going to be the instantaneous, super fast, super crazy tile movement. So for this example, since we have a random movement type, let's set it so it's about a little slower, since we want to make it so this an NPC appears just like wandering around, not really doing anything, so he's moving sort of slower. Now comes a frequency, which as you can probably guess, this is how frequent they will move from tile to tile. So if we have it on, say, the highest, this means they'll be constantly moving. They'll move to one tile, the next, and the next, and just keep moving on and on and on. On the other hand, if we have something like normal, this means we're going to go to a tile, wait like, I don't know, a certain like tile, wait, tile, wait, tile, wait, tile, wait, just like that. Now, if they had something like lowest or the lowest frequency, it'd be tile, wait a good period of time, then next tile, wait a good period of time again, then another movement. And so it's going to be a very low frequency in which they move. So don't get these two confused. Remember, speed is going to be how fast they move from one tile to the next, and frequency is going to be how often they do move from one tile to the next. So, well, like I said, we have this random guy who just appears to be wandering around. So let's set him to have a pretty slow speed and a pretty slow frequency.
All right.
Now let's go test him out in our game by going to our town map. So let's go enter in our town right here. And when we come out, we will find our guy right over here. And as you can see, he's just wandering around. He's moving low. He just saw him move down. He moved down again. Maybe he's going to move to the left or right this time. Hopefully he will. Another bad thing you might want to keep in mind is that when you do have a random movement person, they probably want to be in a more open area. If you make them in a very enclosed area, that means they're not going to have very many options to move around. and thus is going to either force them to go somewhere else or make it appear they're not moving at all, since they will just be stuck in a certain position.
Yeah.
So that's all for this type. Let's go into the next type of movement we can create. So next type is going to be the approach type. And for the most part, you won't really use this for any typical NPC, but you may use this in the future events that we'll go over later. But for the time being, approach is going to be an event that makes it so the NPC approaches a player. Now, whenever you do use this, I would recommend using the highest frequency. So that means they're going to be constantly moving, and if you want to follow the player, or maybe it's an enemy that's trying to attack the player, you want to be moving as fast as possible, or at least moving as frequently as possible. Now, for the speed itself, it depends on the NPC. We'll set it to normal for now, and let's go test out how this looks in our game. So once again, let's go into our I meant to say enter into our beautiful town, but here we have it. Our NPC is going a little crazy, but here he is. He's coming after us, sort of, anyway. It's not the most precise following procedure thingy they go through, but as you can see, they are indeed trying to catch up to us. So let's run around over here. Oh, they're coming over here. Let's go. Oh, we're trapped. We're trapped. They have us. No! And finally comes the probably easiest to use, which is a custom. Now this is going to let you use this route button right here, and this is going to let you set a custom route for your NPC. So let's go click on this route button.
Really
it's going to bring up this huge, weird, awesome looking movement controls thingy. Now you can think of this as sort of like the events in which you're going to click on one of these buttons, it's going to add it to the
I
list.
could have used the
then it's gonna
approach
go
in
through
the
each
game that I
event
meant
the list, and
before.
then do all of it. So if we say
I did the
move
whole
down,
custom thing
move
then.
down, move right, move up, move left, that'd be sort of like a circle. So down, right, up, left. If you look down here, we have the options, which are going to be repeat movements, which of course this means once they get to the bottom of the list, they'll go straight back up to the top of the list. We may also want to use skip if cannot move, which means if they get into like a situation where they hit a wall or they can't move because of bad planning or whatever, it's just going to skip that movement. Otherwise, if they do get stuck and you have this unclicked, that means they're going to be just stuck there until they can move, and if they can't ever move, then they're stuck there forever. So just for safety precautions, you might want to keep this checked. Now the final check is faded out for different purposes we'll learn about later, and we also have all these other things. Now a lot of these are going to be very, very complex. We'll learn about them later, but for the time being, you may want to focus on move down, move left, move right, move up, move left, right for these diagonal ones, move at random, move towards player, turn down to like turn left, turn right, just turn in a certain direction. And if you really get complex about it, you can, but we won't. So we're going to hit OK, we're going to hit OK, we're going to make sure its path is clear. So like, remember we did down, down, right, right, up, up, left, left, and it looks like perfect to me. He's going to do a big circle around these rocks. So let's test it out by playing our game. So finally, let's go back into our very amazing town. Let's go to this guy and look at him go. He's running around the rocks like we told him to. So he's just going in one big circle, down, down, right, right, up, up, left, left, down, down, right, right, up, left, left. If you recall, his frequency is still on the highest form, so that means he's constantly moving, and he has a normal speed, so he's moving at a pretty decent speed. Not too fast, but not too slow.
He's like
And if
he's
we want to talk to him,
running.
we just get in his path and say, hey, yeah, remember? He is skip if cannot move, so if we try and get in front of him, he's just going to keep moving. This is going to be a little hard, but I gotcha. Oh, he's getting away. No, gaha. This is a dialogue. We got him. And then he's going to just start running in a circle some more. So yeah, now let's go over one final thing. So lastly, we have these couple things right here which are called the options. Now pretty much, let's explain what they do. This check mark makes it so they have their walking animation while they're actually walking. So if you may notice, a couple of these characters have these walking animation frames that you can use. If you unchecked this, that will mean he'll just look like this the entire time he's moving. And you may want that if you want to disable the animation for whatever reason. Maybe they're I don't know, they got captured and they can't move out of the thing they're captured in. Or perhaps they got, like, I don't know, I had an example but I forgot it. Anyway, for the most part, if you have a human or movement NPC, then I'd suggest clicking this on. But next comes the stepping option. Now this means they're going to have the stepping animation when they're not moving. So if you click this, that means if they're standing still, they have the stepping animation. So you can think of it as sort of the opposite of the walking animation. Walking, this is for having animation when you're actually walking. Stepping is for having animation when you're standing still. We also have the directional fix, which means they won't really change their direction while they're moving around. So if we click this, that means he'll always be looking downward throughout his entire movement cycle. And finally, we have through, which means they can move through objects, pretty much. And if you have that checked, that means they'll move through walls, move through anything, and nothing can stop them. So that's all for this video. What do you want to see in a future tutorial? If you enjoyed this one, please be sure to give it a thumbs up. Please be sure to subscribe. Please be sure to comment below what you liked and what you want to see happen. Until next time, RPG Maker tutorial. Yeah, this guy, he's pretty weird. Bye. Alright, so here we are back in town, Ruby. Hello, you random person. I see this guy's still doing his cool little thing. That's awesome and all. And, hey, hello, man. How are you doing? We need doors.
Oh.
We need doors! So, like, I think we need doors. So, like, to start off,
Crazy.
I guess we should first create an actual room to be used as the inside of one of these buildings. So, let's get straight into that. So, if you recall, when we create a new map, we go up here and we click New Map. But we're not going to do that this time. Instead, we're going to do something else. We're going to go to one of these maps right here. We're going to right click on it, and we can still do New Map. So let's do it. And let's create a new map from on top of the Town 1 map. Let's name it Town 1 Room 1 for whatever reason. And we will hit OK. And now when we do that, we'll find that, hey, this map is sort of underneath our Town 1 map. And we can actually close and expand it using a plus and minus sign right there. So this is happening because each map in our little map editor section right here can actually function as a folder. So it's not only a map, it's a folder map. Yay! So that's
Nice.
how it pretty much works. So I would recommend whenever you create like a town or maybe a dungeon, you'd probably want to make one map, the base map, then all the succeeding maps such as rooms, doors, second floors, etc. are all sub-maps stored within the main map. So you can make your map little thing organized. Because, you know, when you actually create a real game, it's going to easily have up to maybe 60, 70, or maybe even 100 maps. And you're going to
100
want to
maps.
have some way to keep things organized, even if you are only pretending. So, to do so, you will make these little folders. And for this example, we'll be putting all of the town house rooms inside our Town 1 map folder thingy. So, let's click on our Town 1, Room 1, and let us just simply create a really quick map. So I forgot to also go back in here. Let's set it so the tile set is going to be inside. So it's going to be doing the inside of a house. We'll hit OK. We'll click on one of these random inside tile sets. Select the ceiling.
Dr. Jones, are you still here?
We'll just
Dr. Jones went to watch the Thomas the Tank Engine or something.
surround the entire thing real quickly. Oh, and then we'll do like the ground with like this tile set. We'll do a little boop, and then we'll do a little exit part right here, and we'll just call that our quick here. Let's right here.
Okay, let's go to the building a door is not. Okay, character
So
generator.
here we have it.
We're
our
gonna make
original
Lucy.
first NPC, and if we go in here, we'll find that hey, here's our image. And if you recall correctly, we can go through all these images and we can select whatever person we want to use for our NPC. Furthermore, if we go to this text right here and go to our face image, we also have an assortment of faces we can use. But all of these are the default faces. And what if you want to create your own custom face? And judging by the title of this video, you already know. This video is about the character generator, which you can access by
Yeah.
going to this little icon right here.
Oh my gosh, really? Yeah, okay. Oh wow, okay, we're gonna make Lucy. Gonna make Lucy. We're gonna make Lucy now.
Click on it. Once we do so,
Selfie
we've
set.
brought up to this huge assortment of all these different pieces and things you can do inside the character generator. Right here is a face, right here is a overworld generator sprite thingy, and here's a side view battler stuff. And so, using this, you can generate your own face. It's very simple.
Wow.
Choose a section or thing you want to manipulate, click on the icon or thingy you wish to use. You can even select a color. Keep in mind that some colors are over global for multiple different pieces. For example, the front hair and the rear hair share the same hair color. Of course, the rear hair also has a subcolor you can use.
Okay, let's just play around. Face. Female. Aw, how cute. Female. This is me. Um, maybe this one. Ears, eyes. This is more like hmm. I think this is more like my eyes, but or maybe this is more like my eyes. What do you think? What do you think, Dr. Jones? Which eyes are more like me? Dr. Jones? Which eyes are more like me, in your opinion? Green. We have to do it right, Dr. Jones. Ah, this is like this. Oh my God. This is me. Oh boy. Clutching. Oh my gosh. Oh, I like this. I like. What do you think of this, Dr. Jones? Oh, glasses. Should I have glasses? This is a bit more like. What do you think? Is this good? Uh, yeah. How do I call? Okay, so I've done all the playing around.
Furthermore, you also have stuff like the eyebrows, which is going to show
What
the
are you
hair
doing?
color,
I'm
etc.,
making the
etc.
character. What
And
do you
so,
mean?
as I'm talking about this, I'm probably speeding up the video while I create my own character. So, let's, as you can see, it's
Oh,
it's
you
happening.
cannot see it.
And once you're done creating your amazing character, all you have to do is click on these 4
Wait, why is it not visible in the game? What the hell? Do I have to actually add a separate window for that? This is stupid. Creator. I thought you could see it. But no, you could not see it. Okay. How do you like my character's face? Dr. Jones. This is how Lucy will look like. Do you think this is a good look? I thought you should see it. I've been making my character all this time. I thought you could see it. I've been choosing nose, hair, face, etc.
buttons right here to export each piece of the character. So if we go to face image, we click export, we can export our face to something like my face. We'll hit save and it'll be good to go. Next we can go to walk character, we can once again export and go to my character as you see right here, and once again save the file. Then we'll hit close, we can go to Badler, we can save our Badler by going to export, and guess what? My Badler. And that's really all you have to do.
Oh.
But here's a thing we might want to figure out. If you may have noticed, when we actually exported this face image, we had all these blank spots. If we go outside here, we can find that, hey, our exported image only has 1 person right here, but all these other ones had like filled with 8 people. So how can we make it so we have multiple faces on the single image? And the answer is, we can actually do something called import, which is going to have us import one of our things. Then it could be have right there along with our new face. Then when we export it again, it'll export these 2 faces on top, like so. So now that we've done that, as you can see, our new file has both faces on top of it. So using this, you have multiple choices. You can make multiple characters on a single file, or alternatively, you can also give your same character multiple expressions by changing your, say, eyebrows to something like this, changing their mouth to something like this, and that can give them a completely different expression for the face image, in which you can use later in dialogues. Now, like I said before, you can also use it for different characters. But what if you want to switch your character, but don't want to lose all the stuff you did for this character right here? And the answer is, you can actually save your character settings by going to Save Settings, and this will just open up a thing that allows you to save your settings. Now, I would recommend not just putting them all right here on like the basic area where our game files are. Instead, go right-click, create New Folder, as you see right here, go to New, go to Folder, and create a thing called Generator Stuff. And here
Okay, why not? I actually think I don't think it's a bad idea. Lucy Haze.
we can input all the generator saves we want. So we go in here, we can name our my person, and we'll save it as a .json file. And when we do so, even if we close out of here and lose everything, if we go back, we have to use the load character settings right here to load the character, go to my person.json, and it loads everything perfectly for the male, or we can go in the female and do load settings and load the female right here. As you see, it worked perfectly. So if you did want to have multiple people on the same file, all you do is create another person. I'll do so using randomize, or we can do face image, import. We'll import the old face images. We'll export the new one with the guy on top of it. Once again, save.
All right. we're gonna do all that now. Wait, why did it freeze? It froze. It froze. My screen froze. The hell? Oh my god. Really? Did it actually freeze? Okay, now I can do it. Let's see. Has it is too loud. It takes a bit too loud. It's still loading. This is more annoying than I thought it would be. I didn't think that exporting would be so... what is this? I'm gonna be on a podcast on Friday. Huh? Oh no, I can. Lucy has that. This is what? Walking character, I think. Damaged character. Okay. Export. This is going to take me a while to export. Oh, Lucy has it. This one did not take long for load. Dr. Jones, why does it take me so long to export all the files? This is not fair, Dr. Jones. Not fair at all. Not fair to me or to you. You're being so patient with me. Loading so slow, Dr. Jones. Fido? Fido? Chodź. Fido, chodź. Chodź, Fido. Chodź, chodź. Fido. Chodź, Fido. Chodź do mnie, Busiu. Fido. 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 He's ignoring me. Why is Fido ignoring me, Dr. Jones? Fido. Fido. Chodź. Fido. Wow. Complete ignore mode. Yeah, mad dog. Pervert. Oh, I can. Lucy has. Alright. So now we're gonna do. We're gonna make Lucy smile, okay? You can still see it, right? Yeah, you can still see it. So we're gonna make me smile. Alright, let's gonna export. Oh, see? Isn't that cool? What do you think? We have Lucy now.
Save over the same file, so overwrites it. Do the same thing with the walk character. We'll import. We'll select our original walk character, which you can find right here. We'll export it with them side by side like that. Save it under the same file name. It'll ask us to overplace, and we'll say yep. And then we do. Now the Battler, it takes up the entire file, so it can't really share the same file. You just have to export it as a new thing. So my Battler 2, and we'll save it as that. Now, if we want our NPC to look like our custom character, very simple. Go to our NPC's image, go find our file, which is my character, select on the one we want to use for this one, for example. Then, for all the dialogues, we're going to have to change your face, which is going to be a little bit more tedious to do, but if you want to make sure you don't have to do this, make sure you use all your character generators from the beginning, and then have them used as your faces later on. So, as you can see here, we can input all of our face for our new character, and that's good to go. Now, the final thing is, okay, cool, we made it so our NPC is a customized character, but now how do we customize what we really want to customize, which is the player character right here? And the answer is, we're going to go into the legendary database, which you're going to click right there. When you first pull up your database, you're going to find this section called the actors, and these are going to be the characters that you play around with on the screen. Now, as you can probably tell, we're going to do something very simple. We're going to select the face place, and we're going to choose this face to be the face of the person we want to use. You're going to see character place, we're going to replace it with the character we wish to use by going right here, and finally for the Battler, as you can probably guess, to go. Now, the final thing is, okay, cool, database to be the face of the person we want to use. You're going to see around with on the screen database, which you're going to click right there.
when you first pull up your database, you're going to find this section called the actors, and these are going to be the characters that you play around with on the screen. Now, as you can probably tell, we're going to do something very simple. We're going to select the face place, and we're going to choose this face to be the face of the person.
Wait, I can just add an actor. There we go. We'll see. Oh, I can add. Interesting.
We want to use. You're going to see character place, and we're going to replace it with the character we wish to use by going right here. And finally, for the battler, as you can probably guess, we're going to go find our battler and use it as this character's battler. And of course, while you're at it, go and change the name of your actor to whatever name you want to give this person. For example, I'll name this person. That's our person's name.
Oh my god.
Now, you can also give him a nickname, and we also have the class, the profile, the initial and max level, and all the initial equipment. We'll get into this later, but for the time being, all you need to know is that you can manipulate what your party members look like by doing this, and going through and switching it for all of these. And that's really all there is for this video. Now,
Alright, we're gonna... Oh, only this can be... Wait, there is no hero. There is no such thing as a hero in this RPG Maker. Where is Luciaza? Wait, what? See, something's not right. Okay. That's better. Okay. That's far better. Alright.
let's go test out and see how our game looks now. And as you can see, now we have our new character, which is going to be our main leader of the party. If we go into our menu, we'll find them just listed right here at the top, along with their name. And if we go to our NPC right here, we'll find that, hey, our NPC also is now an NPC that works and stuff. And yeah, that's really all for this video. Until next time, RPG Maker tutorial end.
Oh.
And don't worry about your volume, it's not turned on. I just wanted a moment of silence for our default title screen, because today we'll be fixing this. So let's get straight into it. Step 1, go to our gear database thingy.
Okay. I do this, yeah. I'm ready.
Right here by clicking that button. Step 2, go down to the System tab. It's a third from the bottom. Right.
I'm ready to do this. Alright. I see it.
Right there. Now we're gonna manipulate some stuff to make our game look better.
Yeah.
Now if you recall, in the very, very, very first episode, I said, call your game title whatever you want it to be. Just call it this gibberish right here because you can change it later. And in this episode, we're changing it. We're gonna call this the greatest RPG of all
Why is the
time.
G small?
And that is how you change the game title. That's simple, that easy. That's all we're doing.
Okay.
That's the first thing we're gonna change from our default title screen. Second thing is we're gonna use this little box right here called title screen to change the images on the title screen. So we can go through.
Okay. Not many options actually. Not that many options, I will admit.
Through, select whatever foreground image or background image and a foreground image if we choose to do so. And so we'll choose a volcano and we'll choose a medieval frame.
Oh, those are cooler than the ones that are available in this RPG Maker. Damn. I guess I'll just have to draw this myself at some point. Oh my god. This is gonna be a pain, but you know. I'm good at this. I am good at this. Jungle, sky, ruins, snow. Which one? Which one do you think I should take? I am thinking either jungle or sword. Which one? Sword or jungle? Also, can you even see this? Oh, you cannot see it, of course. Fit the screen. First of all. Okay, first of all, this. Second of all, I have to add another window. Because of course, for some reason I have to add everything separately. It has to be added, I guess. Okay, so I'm thinking sword or jungle. So I have beach. We're selecting a title screen. Beach, big tree, canyon, flying island, gate, gold, jungle, mansion, monument, mountain, night, oasis, ruins, sky. Snow, sword, town, universe. What's the theme of the game? Okay, so this is a game about a traveler, which is me. The protagonist is a traveler, and she is resting at a camp, and one by one different characters come to the campfire and tell me their stories. It's about separate clans. I still haven't decided how many clans there will be, and they've all been defeated in the past by a gigantic evil force, and I have to unite them to fight against that evil. Yes. Night looks like this. Also, we can add the floral medieval thing on top of it. What do you think? Any thoughts? So I've been personally thinking sword or jungle. Or maybe flying island. No, not flying island. Maybe sky could be good, actually. What do you think? Any thoughts? Universe? Like this. So what do you think? Sword, right? Alright, so sword. We're gonna try it out, of course. Sword. This is a placeholder. I'm gonna have to draw this later. I'm going to draw all of my assets on stream, by the way. Sword. Where is the sword? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And we'll hit OK, and now that's what our title screen is going to be. Furthermore, you can also choose to draw or not draw the game title. And this would be, for example, if you made your own custom background that already had the game title drawn on it, or you just don't want the game title drawn there for whatever reason. But we'll have our game title drawn. Finally, the thing we're going to change is a window color. For your game, you can customize a window color to be whatever you like. So let's make it green, light teal greenish, whatever. That's a blue, actually. What was I saying? Anyway, hit OK, and your color and everything is done. So let's go test it out. Voila! Our title screen is now different than before, and so now it's more better than the other one. Yeah! And
Alright, let's test it out. How do you like? Lucian Clans. I will change the title later. We will be in the middle of a forest, of course. There will be a camp, etc. I'm thinking in real time. I'm gonna write down an idea because we have a look at the lower left. We have our little idea screen. The camp and forest on a floating island? Question mark, question mark, question mark. See, we're doing this. Isn't that exciting? Is your character not saved? No, I have to make the starter character a different character. And we have to learn how to do that.
since that was such a short tutorial, let's also add a couple
The character did save, but I did not set the starting character to be this particular character yet.
more stuffs. Let's learn how to customize how the player will look like, where they will be, and all the other
Oh,
stuff
there you go.
when they spawn in the beginning of the game.
See?
So number one, right here, this is the initial starting party. Now, if you recall, in the previous tutorial, we talked about manipulating the actors.
There you go. So we have system, starting party.
As you can see here, we have a list of all these actors that you can manipulate. If you wanted more, we change the maximum, set it to a higher number, then we got more slots, add more actors. But besides that, these are all the players pretty much. And if you go to our system, we'll find that right here, we have a starting party section right here, which we can input the starting party in the game. So if we delete the last three of these, that means the only character we'd start with is...
Right, so... there you go. So now, let's try it out. And now Lucy will be the starting character. See? There you go. See? No initial equipment. But as you can see, this is me. My self-insert protagonist. But yes. So we did it. We changed the protagonist successfully.
Which means we'd only have one person in our party. Next thing we can manipulate is their spawning position. Now, while you could just set it in that little tab section right there, an easier way to do this is to go into event mode, right click on a tile, like so, go to set starting position, and go to player. And we can just set the player's spawn point to that point. So you can do this at any time, anywhere. We can even set it to be inside this room that we made still blank because I'm too lazy to actually put stuff in it. Yeah! And the final basic thing to look at is pretty much the music. Now, you have probably been listening to music. I don't have the volume turned on these tutorials, but these are the things that you listen to, and RPG Maker MV.
Okay, let's see what music we can have for the starting screen.
He, of course, has a tutorials, but these are the things that you listen to, and RPG Maker MV, of course, has a little small list of all these default music you can use. And if you look right here, these first two are actually the music for the title and the battle we'll get into later. So if you want...
Okay, style. Where's the music? Where's the music? Wait, I don't see it.
Manipulator, these little small... But these are the things that you have probably been listening to music.
This is where those games are a little bit different, so I have to find the music. We have to change the music. Where's the music? Boat, ship. I don't see the music. I don't see them. Command event system on. How do I change the music?
I don't have the volume turned on these tutorials, but these are the things that you listen to, and RPG Maker MV, of course, has a little...
Has to be on one of these. Oh, there you go, music. Which one? I actually like this one the most. So let's try it. Let's try it. How do you like this? All right. Amazing, huh? What do you think? Any thoughts? So we have Lucy here. We have the starting location. We changed the title screen. Amazing.
Small list of all these default music you can use. And if you look right here, these first two are actually the music for the title, and the battle we'll get into later. So if you want to manipulate what music is played on the title, we'd select field, castle, battle, whatever, and hit OK. And furthermore, you can also manipulate how it sounds with the volume, the pitch, and the pan. Pan is going to sound if it's more like on your left side or right side of your ear if you're using stereotype sound. Pitch, of course, is going to change the pitch, which is going to make it sound higher or lower. And of course, volume is going to manipulate how hard or easy it is to hear. Be careful with all these stuff. They can get pretty weird if you mess with them. But anyway, we're okay. We're done with that. And for the most part, that's really all there is for this tutorial. Just manipulate the title screen, manipulate where your player spawns. Very simple, very basic, but it's something you need to learn. So let's test out our game and just see what we have done. So we've created a custom title screen. If we go into our game, we'll find that we start inside this room. We only have one person in our party, if we see here, or if we go into our menu screen and see that we only have one person. And wow, that window color doesn't look great, but whatever, it works and stuff. So yeah, that's really all there is for this tutorial. Until next time, again, yeah, RPG Maker tutorial end.
Perfect.
Alright, time for the most important part of creating an RPG with RPG Maker MV, which is the battles. Now, there are a ton of ways you can make a battle start within your game, but for this video today, we'll be doing it using random encounters. So to add random encounters to a specific map, simply go to the map right here, right-click on it, hit Edit, then use a big white rectangle right here to set up our encounter.
Alright.
Counters. So let's just double click. Let's select one of the predefined troops within RPG Maker MV. We'll select the slime ×2. The weight, well, don't worry about that for now. We'll just hit OK. And then we'll look at the encounter steps. Now, this is the average amount of steps a player will take before getting an encounter. Now, since we're going to be testing encounters, you may want to set it for something low, like 30 or 15.
Okay. 30 work.
So we could get a quick encounter really fast. But realistically, if you're creating a game, you probably want to set this something higher, like 70 or maybe even 80, for a bigger or larger map that you don't expect to see multiple enemies on. For a map that player's supposed to grind on, maybe you can set it down to like 40 or 50, but for main game, set it to 80 or 70 so you don't annoy the player to death. But once again, for this example, we'll be setting it to 30 so you can get a quick encounter of these slime times 2. Hit OK, and we are pretty much done. Now let's go into the game. Now, once you get into the game, simply go to the map which has random encounters.
Okay. Let's try it then. We're gonna have battles now. I'm about to be beaten by these crows. I died. Uh-oh. Oops. Alright, we did it. I want to change something. Side view. Which one do you prefer, Dr. Jones? First person view or side view in battles? I'm gonna show you the side view and you can tell me which one you prefer, okay? Alright, tell me which one you prefer. We're gonna go boom, 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 boom. I don't have any equipment, that's why the crows are kicking my butt. So which one do you like? Side or first person? First person, very well. First person was so front view. Apply. Also, I should give myself some. This is going to be first person. I should survive easier now. This is first person. Really? Why do you like first person more? I guess you're a big Dragon Quest fan. Right, game over. Okay, we can do it Dragon Quest style, I guess.
To find in it and simply run around for a bit, and eventually we will find a random encounter. So if we keep running around, we'll keep going. Oh, almost there. There it is. That white flash will symbolize a battle has started, and we'll get 2 slimes right there. Slime emerged. And so, if you may notice, maybe not because the window color is still really weird, we can select fight or escape. We can select attack, magic, guard, item, all these cool choices like an RPG would. And so let's attack Slime A. And there we have it. We attacked Slime A, the Slime B attacked us, Slime A attacked us. And so if we kept attacking, we would eventually, hopefully, defeat these 2 slimes, though it looks like we may lose if they keep attacking us like this. We also have magic. We can use some spells like Spark. And of course, it'll attack the slimes. Yeah! We also have the ability to use an item, which we shouldn't have right now. Yeah, and also we can guard, which should reduce damage by half. So, yay, now we get to slow our death even slower. And finally, we can also use the escape right here to escape from battle, which is not always guaranteed, as you can see right here. And now we're going to take some more damage from these crazy slimes. But if we escape again, hopefully we will escape like we just did. And that was perfect. Now, in order to mainly define all the characteristics of a battle, we're going to do so within the database, which once again is going to be these little gear things right here. We can click on them, and we'll be brought to all these crazy tabs once again. Now, the actors, those are the players. If you may notice, we have the side view battler right here. Now, this is for side view battles. What we just saw right now is a front view battle, which means we saw the enemies in the front of us, and we didn't see any of the players because we assume that we're looking at the perspective from the players. But a side view battle, we'd see both the side view players and the enemies on both sides of the screen. But we'll get into that later. For now, let's learn how we can customize our own troop to have its own enemies. So let's go to the Troops tab right here, and if you may notice, we have the 4 troops that we saw before, which are the Bat ×2, Slime ×2, Orc, and Minotaur. Now we can change the maximum and set it to a higher number, say 6, and now we can get more slots for these guys. So let's make a troop that has a bat, so we'll click on the bat and hit add. We can move him somewhere. We can click on the Orc, we can add him, we can move him somewhere on the screen. We can make a Minotaur also and add him right in the middle. The big, crazy troop of all 3 of these crazy enemies. Well, maybe the bat isn't that crazy, but I got a Minotaur and an Orc. Finally, we can also auto-name it just by clicking that button, and it'll give us a list of all the enemies defined within this troop. So now if we go back into our map, we can create another encounter, or in fact, we can edit the currently existing encounter. Next, we encounter our new troop right here, which is going to be Bat, Orc, and Minotaur. Now, before we do so, I'd like to point out the weight.
If one should, it's fine. I'm just used to first.
Right here, which I mentioned before. Now, the weight is not necessarily affect how often you encounter enemies, but it affects how often you'll get this
Or
specific
have you played a lot of Dragon Quest?
troop out of all the other available troops listed. So, for example, if we create another troop called Orc that you can run into, just an Orc by himself, these 2 have both a weight of 5, so you're going to encounter them just as often. But if you set this something like 10, that means you'll encounter an Orc way more frequent than a Bat, Orc, Minotaur troop. And that's because the weight is higher, which means it's more frequent. Now, this is all relative, so that it means that if you have a weight of something low, like 3, this is pretty low. But if you have another encounter that has something like 2, as you see right here, then it's still going to be more frequent than this one right here. And these do not affect how often you encounter any troop at all, which is defined by the encounter steps. These just go and say like, hey, once you do encounter a troop, which troop is it going to be? Is it going to be this one, or is it going to be this one? And these weights define which one it's going to be. But enough of that. Let's actually go encounter our Bat, Orc, Minotaur troop. And if we run around, we'll keep running, and hopefully we'll come across our amazingly beautiful combination of a Bat, an Orc, and whatever the last one was, because I forgot, because I don't care. And there we have it. A Bat emerged, an Orc emerged, and a Minotaur emerged. And we're going to escape because we don't want to deal with this craziness. But anyway, there's pretty much tons and tons of aspects that I can use to manipulate how your battles go, including skills, items, weapons, armors, enemies, states, animations, and all that crazy stuff. And we'll get into all that stuff in later tutorials. But for now, let's set off this tutorial with one final lesson, which is how to actually use side view battle. Simply go into System, click this little thing in here that says Side View Battle, and we're done pretty much. Now, even though you did that, you're still going to have to move these guys so it looks good. Your player's going to appear on this right side of the screen, so you want to move all of your enemies to the left side of the screen like this. Make sure they're all visible by just trying to move them around, make them look good. There, there, there. And now, these guys will appear on the left as our players appear on the right.
So before we
That's
do
why
that,
it
let's also
looked so
add
bad
some more players
when I
back
tried
into our
it.
party just so we can get a better seeing example of what we're doing right here, like that. But anyway, for one final time, let's go and try and encounter one of these crazy troops right here. So there we have it, our encounter has started, and if you notice right here, all of our players are now appearing on the right side of our screen, and all the enemies are appearing
Okay,
on the
that
left
makes
side like we
sense.
put them there. Now, as you can probably guess, the battle's going to be exactly the same, only now we're going to see our little actors moving around as we do stuff. Now, whether you use side view battle or front view battle is up to you. As you may guess, side view battle looks a lot more awesome and a lot more animation is going on, but at the same time, a front view battle can be just as stylistic in your own game. And it's up to you which one you choose. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed, please give it a thumbs up. Please give it a like if you want to see. I said that twice. Good job, me. Great. Anyway, subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. RPG Maker Tutorial End. In the previous tutorial, we learned how to activate a battle and how to just make a troop and stuff and have enemies attack your players. But in this tutorial, we're going to be looking through one of the most important aspects of the battle, which is the stats of the player, the enemy, and the skills. So let's get straight into it. Let's once again go into our database, and we're going to...
How do you like? Do you like the idea of me making a game on stream while we're here? Do you like the idea of me making game? Or is it super boring and a waste of time? Dr. Jones, do you like this idea? It's different? Yeah. I like to add new elements to the stream, which hopefully will mean more people will like, you know?
to go to the classes tab this time by going right here. Now, if you haven't been able to tell already, the classes are going to be like what's equipped to each actor that gives them their growth rate for all their stats, their experience rates, and a whole bunch of other traits, skills, and even weapons. And so, let's go through each stat and learn the functionality of each one. Most of them are self-explanatory though. Max HP, which is going to be of course the maximum amount of hit points you have. Max MP, which is of course going to be the maximum amount of mana points you have. Attack, which will be for offensive moves. Defense, which is going to be for defending attacking moves. Magic attack for magic attacking moves. Magic defense for defending against magic attack moves. Agility for whoever's going to go first. And luck for determining critical hits, evasion, and all that other crazy stuff. And so that's the about like 8 stats we have. Now let's go into our actually terms right here, and here's where we can actually manipulate what the stats are called in your game. So right here we have level, HP, MP, TP, HP, MP, TP, maximum HP, maximum MP, attack, magic attack, you get the point. We even have hit and evasion, which are also going to be referred to as your hit rate and evasion rate, which we'll get into in a future video. But for now, I want to focus on all of these stats and how they interact with each other in the battle. So to start off, we have our actors, and these are the growth rates. So in here, you can set a growth rate for our hero class. So the maximum MP, if we hit like A, just make it so it grows faster, higher. If we hit E, that means it's going to be lower growth, which means at the highest level, it's still going to be pretty low. At the lowest level, it's going to be pretty low. We can generate a curve, and this makes so we can set so level 1 has something like 1, level 99 has, say, a value of 6,000. And this is going to create a curve that starts at 1 and goes to 6,000. We can also make it so it has a faster growth or slower growth. So slow growth would be like this, which would mean like it'll take a while to get it building up. On the other hand, if we made a fast growth, it'd like start up getting really, really high, then over time it'd slowly stop building as much. And so it's up to you whichever type of thing you want to use for your classes. You have to customize it for each and every class. So for example, if you have a hero class, you might want to build up attack or defense or keep it all balanced. For a mage, you definitely want to have much higher magical attack because you want to have it so like this person's a mage, they have lots of magical attack. Priest, same thing, you might want magical attack, maybe a lot of luck right here, so because the priest is going to have tons of luck. And it's up to you how you manipulate your classes. Once you have all of your classes manipulated for the stats wise, you can go to the actors, you can go to the class little thing right here, click on it and choose your class that they're going to start with. You can change your class for actors later, but you don't worry about that for now. Instead, let's just continue onward. Next, let's look at the enemies. Now, if you can remember, our troops are made out of all these enemies that we created. So let's try creating another enemy. Let's set the maximum to 5. Let's go right here. Let's give it a name called enemy because I have no idea what we're going to create. Let's go into the images by double clicking, and RPG Maker MV gives you a whole ton of different default images you can use. Let's select the mimic for now.
We'll hit OK, and now we can manipulate the stats once again. And as you can tell, it's still going to be the same thing. Maximum HP, MP, attack, defense, magic defense, agility, and luck. And you can manipulate all these stats to make it so this enemy has these stats. And now, the way the game is going to work is that you're going to have your enemy stats, you're going to have your actor stats right here, and they're going to interact together using the skills. And now what the skills are going to do, they're going to do damage based off the stats of both the attacking actor or enemy against the other actor or enemy. So, what I want to focus on right now is the damage box right here. All this other stuff, it's pretty crazy, but for the time being, let's focus on the damage box. As you can see, it says A.attack times 4 minus B.defense times 2. So what's happening is, A is going to represent the attacker, and B is going to represent the person who's taking the attack. So if we have an actor attacking an enemy, this would be the actor's attack multiplied by 4 minus the defender's defense, which would be the enemy that's being attacked, times 2. And this will result in a number, and that number is what's going to be used for when the enemy is damaged by the attack. And so this is how the attack and defense and magic attack and magic defense all work. They're pretty much all customized through this little damage box right here. You can make whatever you like. Now on the other hand, HP, MP, speed, and luck, I mean agility and luck, those are all defined in the pretty much code of the entire game. So if you want to make them have some special function, that's going to take a little bit more work. But for the time being, just focus on the main 4 attacking and defending stats. So as you can probably guess, this right here is the attack skill, which is what's going to be used by default when you use the attack command in the thing, as it says right here. Same thing applies to the guard, which is going to be a little different. We also have the dual attack, heal, fire, spark, and all this stuff. So another example would be heal, because it's set to HP recover as opposed to HP damage. And so this is just going to take the user's magic attack, add a 200 to it, and that's going to be the amount of HP that is recovered by whoever this healing move is used against. So now, go through all of your classes and set up all the stats for each actor, depending on what type of actor they want to be in battle. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed, please give a like.
Pretty interesting, huh? We now know how to manipulate the stats.
Sure to subscribe for more tutorials like this. Until next time, RPG Maker tutorial end.
Alright, we're gonna end RPG Maker for today. And now we're gonna play a bit of game. Dr. Jones, I'm gonna let you decide what kind of game we will play. Before... Oh, maybe I have an idea. Okay. I have a choice for you, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, I have a choice for you. You're finishing making the game for today, okay? So, your choices are, we can play a game and I can focus completely on a game, okay? It's gonna be cool. Coolchen, okay? Game of your choice, Dr. Jones. Or, we can watch a slop video and I can play a fighting game while we watch a slop video. Which one, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones, choose. Choose, Dr. Jones. Because you have a choice. And since you have a choice, that means that you can choose. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Dr. Jones? Okay, choose, Dr. Jones. Hey. Choose your destiny. Choose your cheese. Ay, ay, ay. You know what I mean? Okay. Choose the game. Oof. What game, Dr. Jones? What do you want to play? Wait, you were supposed to choose. What do you mean? Okay, if you're gonna be like this, then we're gonna watch Slop, and we're gonna fight a gaming game. Okay? If you're gonna be like this, I have no choice, Dr. Jones. You're so indecisive. Fight, Kate. Dr. Jones, you're very indecisive. You know what I mean, Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones. There we go. I have to add it. Window. Why can't I see it?
Welcome to the world of Street Fighter 3. Prepare for battle.
Why can't I see it? How do I make it visible? Oh, maybe I should.
Prepare to strike.
Now. Nothing's showing.
Are you ready? Go!
I don't get it. I have to figure it out somehow. It's just a blank screen. It's weird because on the big computer I have no problem with this.
Welcome to the
Oh,
world of
there we go. Now we know.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, we did it. Cool. So now we can face Street Fighter. While we watch Slop. Transphobe invents brand new mute feature. There you go. Where is the controller?
Coming up next is Mike.
Mike.
Wants to talk about gender affirming care
Michael.
for minors.
Mike.
If you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Pronouns.
Thank you, sir. I
Mike.
am 38 and my pronouns are he, him.
Whoa.
Okay.
No
now,
problem
Mike,
with pronouns.
you are against gender affirming care. Is that correct?
Well, only for minors, because I just
Only
read
for
the
minors
Epstein files
and
that
bikers.
Jeffrey Epstein was in direct connections to the doctor at Mount Sinai in New York and directly funded vaginoplasty surgery.
So.
Did you know that?
So.
Well, I mean,
You mean what?
doesn't that kind of concern you a little bit?
One, I would say the claim is baseless. I don't think there's actually any real evidence that happened, at least in the Epstein files. I can do a quick fact check on it if you'd like.
I mean,
but
there's
I
fetishization
think
of
there are
trans
claims
people.
circulating
It's from-
online.
Well, it's from
don't know if
Robert
it's true.
Trivers to Jeffrey Epstein, subject trans, Monday, December 17th, 2018. I know you got to
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It does. What does that matter? Yeah, Epstein fetishized trans people for the sake of selling them to his clients, but it doesn't mean that suddenly trans healthcare is invalid. That makes no sense. Stupid. That's a stupid argument. Yeah, trans people should be denied healthcare because Epstein abused children and fetishized transness. Yeah, that's great. That makes total sense.
and I want to read the whole thing, but at the last sentence it says, by the way, we are now pushing the intervention earlier, so you notice your 3-year-old son has trans tendencies, so now you intervene with hormones. I would be frightened to do that, but who knows?
What are you talking? Can you show me one place in this country that has pushed hormones at 3 years old?
Well, this is in
Now
the
I don't
email.
believe
This
it.
is between Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I don't.
You
I
can
don't.
read it yourself.
I don't
Look
believe.
up who
I don't
Robert
believe this
Trivers
email.
is, Mount Sinai. I
Yes,
can
I
read the
don't
whole
believe
thing
the
to you.
email. Wait, I don't care. I don't believe the email because he's already saying something that's fundamentally
But
untrue.
wait, aren't we pushing for the emails to be like spread to the masses and for everybody to know and put people in jail? Oren and Alon from the Epstein files just got put into prison for life yesterday. They're in the Epstein files. They're named
and
by being
your
raped
point?
and trafficked.
None
through
of this.
Jeffrey
None of this
Epstein.
means anything. None of this says
Yeah.
that gender affirming care is bad. All it says is Jeffrey
Wait,
Epstein
for
might have paid for one.
minors,
Good, fucking good for
minors.
him.
First you said for minors. That doesn't
Yes, none of
differentiate a
this.
specific
None of
age
this
group.
shows it's bad
Anything
for
under
I wouldn't
minors.
say good for him, but
None of this.
18
None of what you're
considered
saying
minor.
shows
It's
it's bad for minors.
horrible
It just
for
shows
him.
that you get sucked into the propaganda machine.
Wait.
That's a you thing.
Now you get to pick and choose what you want to believe from the Epstein files. I
What?
could read the whole thing. from
Homie,
you. I
even if
saved you
Jeffrey
because
Epstein
you're
paid
on
for
a
people to get
stream.
vaginoplasties, that does not show that gender
Yeah.
affirming care for
Greater
minors is
molecular
bad.
Exactly.
control
That
over
does not
development.
show
We are
it's bad. Are you
increasingly
st-
capable of
Mike,
producing
Mike,
novel
Mike,
phenotypes
Mike,
more feminine
Mike,
men by
Mike,
blocking testosterone
Mike,
receptors and at the same
Mike.
time.
that's stupid. Yeah,
Okay,
Jovan's
we're
right.
not going to do this, Mike. You're going to be muted, Mike. You're going to be muted. If you can't shut up, you're going to be muted.
Yeah,
it's real
Jovan's
simple.
right.
This is so stupid, dude. Here, hold on, let me add. Hey, Mike.
It would
Hey,
say at a
Mike.
young age.
Hey, Mike. Mike.
There you
did
go, unmuted. Perfect.
Yeah, Mike. Is eating and
Right.
drinking? Is eating food and drinking water bad?
Is the sky blue? Like, what is your point? You don't have
Jeffrey
to hit
Epstein
me with
ate. Jeffrey
uneducated
Epstein ate and
hypothetical
drank
stuff.
water. Mike. Jeffrey Epstein ate and drank
He
water.
also
Does that make it
ate
bad?
babies and ate babies
Oh my God,
and drank
Mike,
their
you're
blood.
Mike, you're
you
so
want to talk
sucked
about
into.
eating and drinking with that
Mike,
Jeffrey
you're
Epstein?
so sucked into the propaganda machine, Mike.
Am I still muted? Am I still
Mike,
muted,
you are
dude?
so
Am I
sucked
still
into
muted?
the propaganda
No, the problem
machine,
is
Mike.
This whole government needs.
Now you're muted. My God. This is the problem, guys. Fun fact, there's no... Can we stop spreading this Epstein and them ate babies and drank their blood? There is literally no anything. It's all conspiracies. It's not anything that's been credibly determined by any investigative body. Mike just loves fucking conspiracy theories. How about we talk about the real shit Epstein did instead of the fake shit, Mike? Are you done peddling the nonsense, Mike?
Not true.
Are you done peddling the
No,
nonsense?
I'm going to keep going, dude. You don't.
You're going to keep peddling the nonsense.
Stop me and keep the control.
Okay, sure, I will. You're going to keep peddling nonsense.
What does that have
You're
to do with
peddling an
healthcare?
unsupported conspiracy theory. That's what you're doing. And it's fucking embarrassing. You are incapable of separating real from fake. Like, my God, bro.
American. Not beating
Why
the
are
allegations.
people, it should not be this hard.
Oh God,
Should not
that's
be
what
this
she
hard.
said.
Genuinely.
Hello, Great Rain.
Genuinely. Are you done
Do you know
peddling
that?
the nonsense now? Mike, nobody
Do
heard
you
you. You were muted,
understand
Mike.
that witness testimony is evidence in a court of law?
Mike, holy fuck.
Do you understand that
dumbass.
witness testimony is evidence in a court of
Witness
law?
testimony is
Did you
like the
study law?
What is it,
worst.
Great Rain?
Witness testimony is like the worst evidence you can present in a court of law.
That's true.
But it's evidence, but they used it to get
My
Donald
grandfather
Trump
always
convicted
gave out
in civil
nice
court for rape of,
anecdote
Eugene
about that.
Carroll, no?
He wasn't convicted. You don't get convicted in civil court. That's not how civil
He was
court
found
was.
guilty of
That's
rape.
not
Don't
how.
give me that.
No, he was
I
not found.
literally
He
studied
wasn't
law.
found guilty
He
of
was
rape.
found guilty.
Oh no, he
was found
wasn't. You're so
criminally
stupid.
liable of
No, he
raping Eugene
wasn't.
Carroll.
No,
he
he
was found criminally
wasn't.
liable
No, he
of
wasn't,
raping
Mike.
Eugene Carroll.
No, he wasn't,
The reason why he
Mike.
didn't go to jail is because
No, he
people fucking
wasn't.
voted him to
He
become
was
president.
found civilly liable for defamation. He wasn't found criminally.
civilly
Yes, he
liable
was. You're
for
so stupid.
raping Eugene
No, you're
Carroll
so
in
dumb.
civil
You're
court.
so
Yes.
dumb. You're so dumb, Mike.
No, you're dumb. You
Ready?
don't know.
Ready?
So
let's
why
do
don't
a
you go
let's do a
inform
quick
yourself? Why
here.
don't you go
Let's do a
look
quick
it up?
check. Let's do a quick fact check.
Alexa,
was Donald
was
Trump
Donald Trump
found?
convicted of being liable for rape for Eugene Carroll?
No, he
Oh no!
wasn't.
Tell him what you said.
Donald
Was he
Trump?
found
No.
criminally liable for rape? That's what you
Donald
said.
Trump? No.
And guess
Okay.
what?
All right, so now
Fact
you
check.
want to pick
Fact
and
check.
choose, so he wasn't found guilty.
Pick and
so now you
choose?
want to be right by
Dumb
picking
ass,
straws?
dumb
He was
ass.
found right.
You're so
literally,
dumb.
let's
You're so
look it
dumb.
up.
no.
You're so stupid. I
Oh,
did.
yeah?
No, Donald Trump was not found
Yeah?
criminally liable for rape. I looked it up. First thing that comes up.
Right?
You're so dumb. You're
So what was
actually
the-
stupid.
So what was he found criminally liable for?
He was not found criminally liable for anything in the Eugene Carroll case. It was a civil case. You can't be found criminally liable for a civil case. She
Oh,
sued him for
Jury found him
defamation.
liable for sexual abuse and defamation with an appeals court in September 2025.
Thank you. So he didn't find no. So the sexual abuse.
So wait, now
The sex-
exactly, you're
Oh
wanting
my
to
God,
pick
you're
and
so
choose with
dumb.
straws, but the whole fact
You're
is that
so
he was
dumb, Mike.
literally
You're so
accused
stupid,
of
Mike.
rape so many
Oh,
Mike,
no.
you're
times.
so
Did you listen to
stupid.
Hillary
You're
Clinton talk
dumb.
about
Okay,
if
I'm
it-
going to mute you, and I'm going to explain to the chat why Mike is stupid. So the reason why he was found civilly liable for it was because of what the case what was the surrounding parameters of the case.
The colors for Giovanna are so strange. Like, it's always some people, like, I don't know why, but the stupidest people on earth always call in to this streamer. Like today, when I was on the bus, I watched a debate of his when a person did not know what daylight savings was. He did not know that at different times of year, at the same hour, it can be, I don't know, dark outside or bright outside. It was very strange. Very bizarre conversation.
She made a claim that he raped her. He went on a defamation spree. So he had to prove, she said, he's defaming me. He did rape me. So they had to prove in civil court, and it's not even beyond a reasonable doubt that in civil court, you don't even prove it that way. She just had to prove that there was some credibility to her claiming that he sexually abused her. And the jury said these seem to be credible cases. And so you're liable in this civil suit. You have not been found criminally guilty. He was only found criminally guilty of falsifying business records. That's what he has his felony for. Mike, don't sit here and say, I studied the law, and then you don't know shit about the law. What
Wait,
the
he
fuck,
studied
bro?
law?
That's embarrassing
That's
as shit,
bullshit.
dude.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that Mike studied law at all.
So is
Now
it
you're
time for me
unmuted.
to rebuttal now? So now it's time for me to rebuttal.
You're gonna
I sat there and was
rebut
quiet
what?
the whole time and let you talk. You didn't even need to mute me, and you know it.
Yes, I do need to mute you because you don't shut the fuck up.
Why? I was completely quiet. I let you speak.
Yes,
Did I interrupt
after
you
you,
once?
yes, you interrupted me up until I muted you. Yes.
Dude, that whole time while you were talking, I was completely quiet.
You were muted.
Don't lie.
Incorrect.
Don't lie to your viewers. I sat here and was completely
Incorrect.
quiet and listened to you speak.
Incorrect.
Oh, okay. So prove it.
Do I need? You want me to pull the tape back?
Pull the tape back while I was quiet.
when
and
I
let you
when I
finish.
play this tape back, you will owe
While
me
I'm
a
muted.
$20.
No,
you will.
No, are you going to play the
obvious-
part where I was
homie,
muted? Are you
homie,
going to play the part
homie,
where I was muted?
homie,
Are you going to play the
how,
part where I was muted?
Mike, you're interrupting
Are you
now.
going to play
Mike,
the
you're
part where I
literally
was muted?
interrupting right now.
Are
How
you
would I
going to
know?
play the part?
I don't even need to play the tape. You're literally doing it again. I don't need to play the tape because you're doing it again. No, I don't give a fuck if you sat there quietly while you're muted. I have no clue what you're doing while you're muted, you fucking moron. You're muted. I wouldn't know if you were sitting there quietly or not.
Oh my god.
Because you're muted. But you weren't sitting quietly when it led me to mute you, you dummy.
Oh my god. This person studied law.
Unbelievable, bro. These people are
True.
fucking so stupid.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Now again, and I'll say it for the fucking 50th
Oh
time,
my god.
Donald Trump was not found criminally liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. He was found civilly liable for defamation.
This person could
So
not have
because he was
studied
found
law. That's
civilly
impossible. I
he
don't. I
was,
refuse
and
to
the
believe
defamation
that.
case involved rape. It can be concluded that he's civilly liable for a rape.
I refuse to
not-
believe this person studied law.
In fact, the jury, you want to get even technical, the jury rejected the rape thing and said that he sexually abused her, not raped her. If you want to get even fucking deeper into it. The judge said he thinks it's credible that Trump raped her. But Mike, you're dumb. You're just dumb. Do you want to continue to spread the nonsense, Mike, or are you going to actually say
Okay,
something
so you're
smart
gonna
for
go.
once?
You're the one that lied to your viewers and said that I was cutting you off, but you won't play the footage of me being quiet while you had me muted and saying
Mike,
that you don't have to show it to your viewers.
Dumbass.
Am I muted again?
Mike, you stupid
No, I'm a
fuck.
dumbass.
I'm
now.
not
Now
very
you want
good
to
at
be
lying.
lazy. Listen,
You
people only
stupid
resort
idiot.
to insults and violence
Mike,
when they're mentally defeated.
Mike,
I can
you
do this with
stupid
you all
moron.
day. I don't
Mike,
care if I'm muted.
Mike,
It's
you're
just gonna
doing
be
it again,
between me
Mike.
and you,
You're
baby.
doing, Mike.
You
You're
don't
doing it
care.
again. I have to mute you because you're doing it again. You keep saying I'm not interrupting you, and then you continue to do it, Mike. God damn, have some impulse control. I know it's hard for men like you to have impulse control, Mike. I know it. I know that having impulse control is fucking difficult for you. I get it. But learn impulse control, Mike. Learn it. Because you're gonna need it. You're gonna need it. Now, Mike, I'm gonna unmute you. I just want to know if you're gonna have impulse control. That's all. Are you going to have impulse
I knew you
control?
had me muted because you
Nope,
are
no
so
impulse control. Here we go. We're gonna mute you again. Can't talk to somebody who doesn't have impulse control.
Oh my
Mute
god.
it again, Mike. Good lord. Kind of embarrassing at your big age of 38 that you don't have
38.
impulse control.
Oh my gosh.
A 38-year-old who lacks impulse control is embarrassing. Mike.
because you want to look better.
What?
Admit that you lied to your viewers. Yeah, that's what you get for lying to you.
Oh god, this is so embarrassing. Those colors are.
You're a liar.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Could do this all day, bud.
Like.
It's just a lack of
Latin America.
impulse control, bro. He just physically doesn't possess it. It's a skill that this 38-year-old man does not possess. He does
Okay.
not possess the skill of impulse control. And he wouldn't need to get muted. There are so many conversations on this page where I don't mute people. You guys have watched them. You've seen them. Those people have impulse control. Mike does not.
Mike does not.
Make sure you keep your daughters and wives away from Mike because
Hold on.
goddamn. Goddamn.
Wait, hold on. What is this
It's like
called?
almost impossible.
No way.
Viewers can't fucking hear me.
Russia.
Still going, dude. Like he's just talking to himself. He has spent the last 5 minutes talking to himself.
It happens to the best of us.
Like, what the fuck?
It happens to the best of us. Listen. When you stream technically speaking, you almost stuck to yourself. Because there's nobody like that interacts
Oh, you
with
know what
you.
would be good to also get with this new stream deck is the teleprompter from Elgato. That would actually be probably coming pretty handy.
In what you did. I believed in
Still
what you did
going.
until
He's still
No
going.
way. No way.
Like he's just talking to himself.
No way.
Unbelievable, bro.
Bro.
Like, are you shitting my dick right now?
Wait, what? What does that mean? Shitting my dick? How do you shit a dick?
This shit is embarrassing, dude.
Is there gonna be a conversation? What was even the subject? Oh, it was something about transgender.
Are you done talking to yourself now,
healthcare
Mike?
and Epstein files. Yeah,
Hell no, I'm
yeah,
talking to you, dude. You could hear me. That means that it's a conversation between me and you. You have no rebuttal. You think
Mike,
that
are
I'm
you
being
stupid?
But you have
Mike,
no
when you're
response
muted,
to me.
nobody
You
can
have
hear
had-
you. Mike,
No,
shut
you
the
mean
fuck
that
up.
The people can't hear you.
Mike,
You could fucking
Mike,
hear me.
no, I can't, you fucking idiot. Are you stupid? You're muted. It means
So
we
am I
cannot
muted
hear.
because
Oh
you're hiding something?
my god.
Am I muted?
I cannot believe this. Oh
you
my god.
fucking idiot, dude. Oh, he's so stupid.
Why are those people like that
Oh my
always?
God.
Who call in?
He literally
Why?
thinks I can hear him. That's so funny. Oh my god, bro. There's no way. There's no shot, dude. Bro, they're not sending their best.
No.
Wow.
Oh.
Incredible.
This is wild. Is there gonna be a conversation in this call? No.
It's so fucking
This is
funny.
not gonna be a conversation.
Using their ignorance. Hello? Hello?
Mike, do you know now
Hi.
that we can't hear you when you're muted? Stupid fuck.
Are you using the OBS Studio? Are you using OBS Studio?
Am I using OBS Studio? What are you talking about, Mike? You're on a call-in program.
Correct. So what's the calling program?
Are you?
Well, I'd like to be informed. What program are you using?
It's called Call-in Studio, you fucking moron. And when I press the mute
So-
button,
and that's all
it
you use.
shuts
you don't
you up,
use OBS
dumbass.
to cut or edit video. You're not using OBS Studio at all. Then what are you using a Stream Deck for?
What are you, Mike? What are you talking about? Are you stupid?
So you can't hear me at all. So let's have the
No,
conversation. So now
dumbass.
that
When
I'm
I
on
hit the
so
mute
let's talk.
button,
Listen,
nobody can hear you,
I
stupid.
understand. Listen, people only resort to insults and violence when they're
No, they
mentally
resort.
defeated. So
No,
if
they
you wanna
resort to
continue
insults
with
when
it-
people
now
like you
you're
are being
cutting me
dumb
off.
as
I wasn't
fuck.
finished.
Yes,
Now you're
it's
cutting
my
me off.
show.
I
I'm gonna
wasn't
cut you
finished.
off whenever the
I
fuck I
was
want
not-
to. It's my show. I don't give a fuck what you want, Mike. It's not your show, dipshit. It's my show. And if I want to cut you the fuck off, I'm gonna cut you the fuck off, Mike. You're an idiot who has done nothing but peddle conspiracy theories this entire time.
Oh boy.
And then when you were proven wrong about Trump being held criminally liable for something, you started lashing out like a little fucking baby, Mike. Eat shit. I don't give a fuck if I'm nice to you. I don't give a fuck about niceties, Mike. Suck my fucking dick. I don't care.
Damn.
I don't give a fuck. Fucking idiot.
Damn.
Mike, the only thing I want to know, do you admit you were wrong about Trump being held criminally liable for rape? Do you admit you were wrong about that? Yes or no?
So can you admit?
Do you
that I
admit
was
you were wrong
silent
about
and
it?
gave
Yes
you time?
or no, Mike? Do you admit you were
We
wrong?
already
Yes or
moved
no?
past that. Did
No,
I
we
not
haven't.
read
No,
the
we
Google?
haven't. No, we haven't moved
Did I
past
not
it.
read the
Do you
Google?
admit you were wrong
Did I
about him
not
being
read
held
the
criminally
Google
liable?
to you?
Yes or no?
Did I not
One,
read the Google?
So easy. Just say
two,
yes.
Did I not?
3. Goodbye, Mike. Get the fuck
Just
out of
say
here.
yes. Jesus Christ. So
God
easy.
damn, go wash your asshole next time.
What? That was so weird. That was such a weird thing. Oh, I cannot believe that this Eric London says that Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter is the worst. That's... Look, look, it's AI Slop.
You rejected me in your prime. You can't have me now.
Oh?
What the fuck is this?
We shall see about that.
What is this AI Slop?
Listen, you seem nice, but you're not my class.
Not your class?
You should focus on your books instead of chasing girls like me. Maybe one day you'll build something with your life.
All right.
Until then, aim lower.
What?
Hey,
That makes
Mike?
no sense.
Becky.
Wow, it's really you.
Yeah.
You look different.
People change.
Standing beside this car? Wow.
I just finished shopping.
I almost didn't recognize you.
It's been a long time.
Mike,
That's
about what
stupid.
happened back then?
You don't have to explain.
No, I do. I was young. I was stupid.
We were all young.
I shouldn't have spoken to you like that.
It's fine.
I didn't know what I wanted then.
And now?
Now I do.
What do you want?
Someone serious and focused.
That's
Why did-
good.
Why do
Mike,
you look so
maybe
angry?
we can start all over.
Start again?
Yes, we're mature now.
Start
I've
what?
moved on.
Moved on?
Yeah.
From me?
From that
Yeah.
chapter.
Yeah.
You're not serious, are you?
Yes, I am.
You're just going to walk away?
I
Yes.
already did. 10 years ago. This place is wonderful, isn't it?
It's perfect. I'm so glad we're here.
So stupid.
Mike, you're staring again.
I'm admiring.
You're just trying to distract me
From what?
from noticing you ordered dessert before dinner.
I'm planning ahead. How was the boutique today?
Busy. Sold almost everything on the front rack. You're very supportive.
That's what partners do.
Yeah, nobody
so you moved
talks
on,
like
Mike?
that.
Let's see who
Nobody
you moved on with.
talks like that.
There
What?
you are. Your profile.
This is typical of
Photos,
AI, by
cars,
the way.
vacations. And who is
This
she?
is so typical of AI that just the style just randomly shifts and morphs in the middle of the same video. It's just ridiculous.
Anne? 22? Mike replaced me with a child? Let me see a photo of her. A boutique owner. A common boutique owner? I can't let this slide. First thing tomorrow, I am
a
off to
common
that boutique.
owner.
Mike is mine alone.
The style keeps changing because it's AI, of course.
Hello, welcome. You must be Anne. Yes, can I help you? You're dating Mike. Yes, I am. Then for your own good, you should know something. About what? He's my man. Excuse me? We're getting married. Mike never mentioned that. Of course he didn't. Why tell me?
Hello, Maya,
Because
Maya.
you deserve
Look at
the
this
truth.
AI club.
What truth? I'm pregnant. Pregnant? Yes. And what does this have to do with me or Mike? Mike is not what he seems. He is just using you. I'm pregnant with his child. You are young and beautiful. You deserve better, my darling.
Anne, you've barely touched your food.
I don't think I am hungry.
You've been unusually quiet all evening.
Maybe I'm thinking.
About what?
About
No-
the fact that I might be dating a liar?
Nobody
What?
talks like that.
A liar, a cheat, maybe worse.
Anne, where's this coming
Maybe
from?
worse.
From your secret fiancé.
My what?
That's funny because she seemed very sure.
Who seems sure?
A woman named Becky.
Becky.
Yes, Becky.
She came to see you?
She walked into my boutique like she owned the place.
What did she say to you?
That you two are getting married.
That's total crap.
She also said she's pregnant.
No
What are
way.
those? What's she
Anne,
smiling
listen to me.
here?
Do you know how humiliating that was for me?
I'm trying to explain. Trust me on this.
A woman walks into my store and tells me the man I'm dating belongs to her.
That's a lie.
Why would she lie?
Because she's
crazy.
bitter.
Bitter about what?
Because she turned me down years ago.
Rejected you?
Humiliated me, actually.
So suddenly she likes you now?
Exactly.
And the pregnancy?
A lie, too.
You should have told me about her.
Actually, I'm the one that's pregnant.
You're right. I should have.
Because for a moment today I fell for her trick.
To the birthday girl!
To us!
He looks totally
I love
different
you.
now. Why does he look so different? What the fuck happened to him?
Love you too. So this is where the celebration is at.
Where did she come from? What the fuck? She just teleported in.
So this is
Where did she come from?
where the celebration is at.
Becky?
What are you
Like
doing
the evil witch in Sleeping Beauty.
here? Watching you steal what belongs to me.
Nobody belongs to you.
Yeah, it happened.
You think you can take him from me? Leave us
Why
alone.
is she smiling? Why is she smiling while delivering an angry line? What the hell? You think you can steal it from me? This is so weird.
You don't
Why does he look so dumbfounded?
even know how the world works yet.
Becky, stop.
What?
You chose this thing over me.
This thing? The script is so weird.
She is the woman I
Wait, why did her face froze like that after she sighed? Look,
You chose this thing over me.
it's like she glitched.
She is the
Was she glitched? She just froze. Oh my god, those AI videos are the best after all.
woman I love, and she is 100 times better than you.
If I can't have you, no one will.
You rejected me in your prime. You can't have me
Oh god!
now.
Oh, we shall see about that.
What the fuck?
You ain't seen nothing yet.
What the fuck was that? This is so crazy. AI slop. And people are treating this seriously. That's the weirdest part. Maybe the comments are AI as well. But I just, what the? This is so insane. Let's see if there's something from Jovan. This was the most very debatable time. I could support him, but no, I cannot afford it. Okay, let's watch someone else other than Jovan. Oh. Have I told you that I'll be on a podcast on Friday? I might be going on a podcast on Friday. Have I mentioned that? My sister and girlfriend didn't care until news of my death. Yeah, I'm going on a podcast with Nyara, the VTuber. Do you know Nyara, the VTuber? It's Valentine's night.
You didn't get me anything.
I did.
Where is it?
It doesn't fit in a box.
That's not funny.
Neither is
Why did she say it's not funny with a giant smile?
pretending one day fixes a pattern.
It's Valentine's. It's supposed to be special.
Special shouldn't be scheduled.
Special shouldn't be scheduled. You can finally thank her for letting you steal her content. She actually said that it's fine to react to her. Oh, actually, I'm gonna react to the stuff that she said was fine to react to. I'm actually in a big Discord thing with those creators, and she said that it was okay to react to a thing of hers. Hold on, where is it? Where is it? There was a thing that she did, and she said it was fine to react to it. So I'm gonna react to it. I made a video about the turf mentality and how, like you said... Oh, I already reacted to it, actually. Actually, I already reacted to it. But yeah, she said it was okay.
Everyone else went out tonight.
Everyone else is posting proof.
So now I care about social media?
You cared enough to check it 3 times.
You cared enough to check it 3 times. This expression is also so bizarre.
You didn't even plan dinner.
I planned 3 this month. You canceled all 3.
I was busy.
But tonight...
Wait, the phone is floating above her hand. Look.
But tonight matters?
Because it's Valentine's.
I see.
So
I see. So AI slop is so weird. So weird, man.
what, you're punishing me?
Yes.
No, I'm matching reality.
What the fuck does that mean? I'm matching reality.
Love isn't about keeping score.
Effort keeps score on its own.
You're being cold.
I'm being consistent.
You used to try harder.
I used to try alone.
So this is it? No
Wait,
flowers?
his hand was white.
So this is it?
I used to try alone.
No, never mind. It's still related.
So this is it? No flowers? No gift?
You want flowers or you want change?
I want
What?
to feel chosen.
Then choose me on days that aren't announced.
What happens tomorrow?
That's the only day that tells the truth.
What?
You
That's stupid. Oh, God. Shining Resonance, Sega's Weird Dragon Idol JRPG. Oh, this AI video is about how if when you're a girl in a relationship, you don't have the right to go out with your friends anymore. Look.
My friends are going clubbing tonight. I'm going with them.
How dare you, bitch? How dare you have friends? And how dare you go to a club with your friends clubbing? You are just advertising yourself at the marketplace of sex and you are just cheap meat, okay? If you're in a relationship with me, you need to still do stuff. Lucy sacrificed the algorithm to entertain us, true.
I think you don't need to come. I will be back soon.
You want to move like you're single? while being in a relationship.
What the fuck is this?
It's just a night out. You're overthinking it.
It's not about the club, it's about the
Wait,
environment.
what happened to him?
It's
Look.
It's just a night out.
Look. Notice. His beard is growing. His beard is growing in real time. Yeah, I've seen it. Do you mean the Resident Evil one? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the new meme. If you're talking about the Resident Evil one, then yes, I've seen it.
while being in a
Look.
relationship.
It's just a night out. You're overthinking it.
It's not about the club,
Look, his beard increased.
it's about the environment. Places designed for attention, alcohol, and strangers don't protect relationships.
What the fuck? Once you're in a relationship with me, you have no right to go out ever.
Wow. You're insecure. You don't trust me at all.
Trust isn't about blind faith, it's about smart boundaries. You don't test loyalty by putting yourself in risky situations.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is so stupid.
So you're going to control where
You're going to the library. In the library, there are many men that will want your boob.
I go now?
I don't control adults, I observe choices. And I decide whether those choices align with my standards.
So what, you'd really end things over one night out?
Yes, because I'm an AI person. I'm not a real person, I'm an AI person.
No. I'd end things over the mindset that needs single behavior inside a committed relationship.
Yes, if you ever go to a club, that means you're acting like you're single. That makes no sense. That's stupid. Look, of course, it's the AI relationship slop videos. So, of course. Alright, let's see. Okay, that's enough for AI. That's enough AI for today, okay? I have to learn how to make sprites. Let's see. This is the content creator that I'm gonna be in a podcast with on Friday. Gay MAGA fans shocked nobody likes them. Uh-oh.
Gay MAGA fan upset. Men who won't sleep with him and social media can't cope.
What? Oh no. That is actually... I know that sounds awful, but that's actually pretty funny. Hold on, I'm gonna actually turn off Fightcade for this, because this is funny. MAGA gay man upset man won't sleep with him. Oh boy.
Gay MAGA fan upset. Men who won't sleep with him and social media can't cope. A gay MAGA fan is upset men won't sleep with him and social media users can't believe the extreme lack of self-awareness.
Oh my goodness. Really?
Since being sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump has enacted a series of anti-LGBTQ plus orders, so it isn't surprising that some gay men don't want to sleep with MAGA supporters. However,
Wow, what a shock, huh? What a shock.
but Trump's anti-LGBTQ plus rhetoric seems to have gone over the heads of some of his gay supporters, including one who has suggested suing the Democratic Party because he can't get laid.
Suing the Democratic Party because he cannot get laid?
There's no way this is real. That's like conservatives, you know, like
What the fuck? This cannot be real. Oh my goodness.
Reform UK voters being upset.
This is like the Mike from the Mike from PA. Do you know Mike from PA that wants to sue Dylan Burns? That's basically that's even more crazy. Suing the Democratic Party because you cannot get laid is more crazy than that. This guy has outdone Mike from PA.
that women don't want to sleep with them. It's like Reform UK, a party that is hating women, that wants to take women's rights away, that consists of miserable freaks who are just incredibly abusive and they just want to have like their power trips. And they think that it's actually really evil from like those liberal women, from those goth girls that they, you know, are into. To be
Speaking of Nyara, you should react to some of her Valorant shorts. They're really funny. I've seen a Valorant video when she was talking to some bigot. You know how Grindr crashes every time there is a conservative convention? Listen, I don't want to talk about my experience with Grindr. It was not pleasant, okay? My experience with Grindr was very short-lived and very unpleasant.
rejected by the goth girls. It's so funny. Do you remember when like the LGBT alliance and so on? When
oh my god, the LGBT alliance. The one that just rejects trans people.
Without the T crowd were pushing the idea that like, oh no, Trump just hates trans people because trans people just went too far. Trans people are grooming victims and they are groomers and they are like, you know, it's like a science experiment and so on. And it's like actually like a Jewish agenda. And actually it was invented by Epstein.
Listen, the person, I don't know, no, never mind. I'm not gonna. Never mind. I don't even want to get into it.
But like gay people are fine. The gay people are actually like the good ones, right? And like the good gay people who know their place and that are also calling out the trans people, like they are fine. They are good, right?
I hate the LGBT alliance. It's so stupid.
Everybody loves gay people. Gay people are normalized, right? They can get married and nobody actually is homophobic these days, right? It's like if you're a guy and you want to do like feminine things and so on, like nobody is going to bother, right? Like
at least you got to talk to someone on the app. Okay, that annoyed me, okay? I'm gonna say, yeah, I got to talk to someone on the app that told me that I've got a super ugly face and that I should throw away my hormones because I'm too ugly to be trans. Yeah, I'm really happy that I got that interaction with someone on the app. That made me really happy.
if you're gender non-conforming and so on, like if you're a femboy, if you're a tomboy, like nobody has an issue with them. It's just the trans people that went too far. The men pretending to be women, that they are actual women and they go into these spaces. Like that's what it's about. It's just about these people. No. You don't understand. Actually,
the LGBT alliance, the good ones.
Actually, it's not even the trans people that are the problem. It's the ones that are coming for the children. The ones that are pushing gender ideology in school. That actually, shouldn't you be thankful that we are calling out like the evil trans people? I can't keep doing this. A Threads user by the name of Steve Jones posted a screenshot from Facebook's conservative gay singles group. The Facebook group appears to be a dating site for gay singles who are MAGA fanatics. He asked, referencing the post, "Gay Trumper now upset that other gay men don't want to sleep with him. Anyone want to join his class action lawsuit?" That must be parody. That has to be a parody site, no? It affects our free speech. The post
What?
began, "Any of you feel like seeing the Dems for diving gay? Read the personals. No Trumpers. If you're Republican, don't write me. I think we have some class action or some case here, but I'm no lawyer."
Yeah, you're clearly no lawyer.
The user continued, "I've lost family and friends from all of their hateful dividing and constant Trump basing.
You're so bigoted and hateful for not being happy about me being a MAGA supporter. What?
It seems like a winning case to me. You just don't understand the difference in opinions."
True.
What do you mean you're not liking that I support somebody who wants to shove trans people into prison cells and forcefully detransition them. You're actually doing guilt by association right now. Just
True. Just because this person is a huge Trump fan and wants trans people gone and many other LGBT people gone, it doesn't mean that this person should just, this is so stupid.
because I vote for someone.
Just because I'm a bigot, it doesn't mean that progressive gay men should not sleep with me.
That I support them unconditionally. And now you're blaming me for, trans rights and gay rights to be taken away. Because,
True.
I voted for a candidate who
Who took them
promised
away.
that from the get-go.
Yeah.
How are these actions fully reflect? You're so hateful. Why are you dividing? Can't we come together? Literally and
True.
figuratively? Oh my god. It
Come
seems like a
together.
winning case to me. It affects our free speech and more. If we even mention our political views, we are tossed aside immediately and called traitors. We should do something to help this narrow-minded democratic anti-Trump view from being the only view of our people. Anyone agree? Oh, this is so sad. I can't handle this. This is so embarrassing. These are real people, apparently. How are they not understanding that they are cattle? How do they not understand that they are still going to get eaten by the wolves, even if these sheep are wearing a red MAGA hat? Literally everything is going to shit because of a fascist regime that doesn't want you to have actual free speech because, certain things are getting you banned, getting you restricted. If you call out the authoritarian regime, if you say Gulf of Mexico, you're going to get kicked out of the White House and so on. If you say something about trans people, you're going to lose funding for research and so on.
Actually, if you're gonna ask any kind of question that, if you ask any kind of question that Trump doesn't like about any topic, you'll get chastised by him. Time to spend time with my sister. See you later. See you later, Maya Mayor. This is so silly.
These are words that are banned. How do they not understand that fascism, this authoritarian regime, doesn't want you to have free speech, doesn't want you to have freedom of expression? They
It
don't
doesn't want men to sleep with men. Let's put that out in the open.
want you to have liberty. They don't want you to have bodily autonomy. And everything is going to get worse and worse. And just because you're I can be gay behind closed doors, that is not equality. That is not freedom. That is not, a life. That
I
is
can always be
you having to
closeted.
hide who you are in order for the comfort of bigots who want your
Yep.
rights to be taken away at literally every opportunity. And they're not going to stop at trans people just because you're probably
trans people are just the beginning. They would like to roll back gay marriage. I think they tried this year.
some cis white gay man, and you're one of the more acceptable type of queers, doesn't really mean that they accept you. You're just a useful tool for them because you're pushing the same propaganda and you're
I hate to talk about World War II again, but there were Jewish prison guards in the camps, and they were not spared.
so, trapped in your mindset, in this bigoted view, that you don't even understand the ridiculousness of the situation. You want to sue people for not wanting to sleep with you, for fuck's sake. How is that real? You want to control other people so much
Yeah,
that
if you don't want to sleep with me, I'm gonna sue the party that you're registered in.
you want to
I'm
force
gonna win $1 million.
them into relationships with you. This has to be satire, but at this point, it's so incredibly difficult to tell. And
True.
even if this would be satire, there are going to be a lot of people who are thinking this way. They also think this way when it comes to oh, you trans people, you call anyone transphobic who doesn't want to sleep with a trans woman because, they don't want to sleep with a man.
True. Anybody that does not want to sleep with me is transphobic.
It's if your reasoning for not wanting to be like in a relationship with someone who is trans, anyone who is trans, is based on the fact of you being transphobic, then you're transphobic. I'm sorry. This is not like a personal preference. That's like saying, oh yeah, my preference is that I hate every single one of this demographic.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to make you sleep with anyone, but you don't have to like parade it around and like harass other people, especially if you go up to like trans women that you find attractive and you're like finding out that they are trans, and then you're like, oh my god, I can't believe you tricked me. You tricked me into wanting to sleep with you. How could
True.
you? Oh my god, I have to be violent now in order to overcompensate for the fact that I almost was made gay by you. You
True.
deceiving succubus. Gay MAGA incel is so
You like Gekubus, Gekubu, whatever.
embarrassing. Like, it's so pathetic. But there are so many people who think this way, and it's crazy to me, right? It's like, it's guys, it's conservative guys, it's misogynistic guys being confused why women don't like them, and they you know, they can't even put Reform UK on like their party and like the dating app, because then people are not going to swipe for them. They're not going to match with them. This is actually harming my free speech, because you can actually understand a different point of view, and you have to see my side, and you have to actually, you have to meet me in the middle.
You have to accept my bigotry, in other words.
But yeah, I thought this was funny. The MAGA gays are not okay. You have to meet me in the middle, which is really just accept everything I say. Yeah, that's kind of like the bully mentality, right? Because they are not going to like come closer to your side. It's essentially just like wanting to trap you into always
to accept my
compromising with
bigotry.
them,
Yeah.
meaning that you are going to end up on the same conclusion as them. You know, that's kind of like how the right works. It's essentially like, oh, I will not change my mind on literally anything. I will not become a better person, because actually changing your mind is a weakness, and
True.
you just have to see my viewpoint. You have to come on my side.
And
You have
I'm
to
the person
understand
that
where
works on
I'm coming
logic
from.
and
You have
facts.
to empathize with me. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? Radical empathy is actually, you know, really good when you have to use it for me.
But otherwise, it's toxic empathy. It's bad. It sucks. Let's do a check on one of those stupid content creators. There's a new Detective Conan opening. Oh wow, there's a new Detective Conan? Alright, let's do a check. There's a Detective Conan open, but it's probably copyrighted. Alright, let's see. What content creator? Oh, you want to see a super crazy content creator? Hold on, I don't know. What kind of content creators were there back in the day? Oh, I wonder. What was this? What was their name? Goldfish TV? Or whatever. No, what was their name? Those people that did commentary on comic books. Oh god, what was their name? I forgot. Ugh. Okay, let's see. Yellow Flash. That was a person. That was a content creator. Oh my god, Yellow Flash too. Is that the person? Yeah. Yeah, this is AI 100%, isn't it? Smacked by karma. Woke media turns on lesbian. Yeah. Rachel Zegler crowns her first Latina icon. Gets humiliated by receipts. I don't care.
Ugly lesbian medieval disaster. This is boring content, but it has so many views. Jesus Christ. He could be replaced by AI, nobody would notice except for the mouth breathing. Disney Pixar shuts down gay activists, done prioritizing therapy over profits. What? What the? What?
Pixar for a long time just printed money. It seems like every movie they put out would do extremely well. Not just at the box.
Until they go woke. When they go woke, they go broke. Suddenly, they were burning money. They were losing all the money because they go woke. God, this is so dumb.
Box office.
And I hate this very specific tone, this very specific way those people speak. You might have noticed that there's a very specific, I don't know, way that they keep themselves, like the way they talk. There's this specific, I'm going to try to emulate it. You might have noticed, guys. And then they go, whoa, I don't know. I cannot emulate it. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to listen to this tone because this person very much talks like that.
Pixar for a long time just printed money.
Yeah. Pixar for a long time just printed money, you guys. And then they got woke.
It seems like every movie they put out would do extremely well.
Extremely well. You know what I mean? With the tone thing? Oh no, yellow fash. Yeah. But you know what I mean with the way, you know what I mean with that, right? You kind of, we're on the same page, right? With
Not
this?
just at the box office, it would also do well with audience feedback and critics. Everybody loved them. When a Pixar movie came out, families would go to the theaters.
Yeah, it's because it wasn't woke. It was not infected with the woke mind virus.
And then they got into a little bit of trouble.
Oh?
People stopped going.
Oh, why?
They had a string of...
Is it because they inserted woke agenda, homosexuality, transgenderism, or whatever?
Box office failures. It was looking really bad for Pixar.
Oh, no.
One of the reasons being because they decided to put a bunch of activist stuff in all of their movies.
Of course.
Notably, a lot of LGBTQ plus content.
LBGT? What the fuck is LBGT? Why LBGT? Does this person have dyslexia?
And eventually, families just stop showing up because they want to go to just relax, have fun, and watch a movie. They don't want to have to explain a bunch of stuff that they don't feel like explaining to their kids, at least then or whenever. That's up to them, not you, not Hollywood. It's up to the parents.
Okay, give me the example of those movies that flood because of the LBGT agenda.
You don't get to force things on parents. They'll just stop showing up. You're not entitled to anybody's time or money. Well, it looks like Pixar is starting to learn. Hoppers, their recent release, is doing good. In fact, as pointed out here, it skipped and jumped to Pixar's best original film opening in a decade. It's kicking ass.
In a decade.
Ass. Doing well.
Because their own gayness.
Heard anything about it that's overly preachy? I haven't seen it. I don't know if I'll...
How do you know if it's not preachy if you haven't seen it? How would you know?
Never watch it. But I haven't heard anything, crazy about it. Like, there's...
Like what? Two men kissing?
Animals having man-on-man love in the back of the...
Oh, no. That would be so horrible.
The woods or something. I haven't heard anything
crazy. A man loving a man, crazy.
About that.
Crazy.
So it's doing well. It seems like it's a safe movie to maybe take your kids to go see if you don't want to have to worry about some kind of stuff being shoved down your throat. Now, this is...
The fuck does that mean? But of course, if it's a heterosexual relationship, then that's fine. Nothing's being shoved down anybody's throat then.
Probably because of some changes that have happened recently.
Like
that
what?
have pissed off a lot of activists.
Disney needs its next hit franchise. Can Pixar, the reluctant leader, deliver?
And it comes from this Wall Street Journal article. Disney needs its next hit franchise. Can Pixar's reluctant leader deliver? So they sat down with Pete Docter. He's the chief creative officer of Pixar.
Yeah.
And he said something interesting. I'm not going to go over all of this.
Okay.
I want to tell you what he said that got a lot of people mad.
Okay.
And it was this comment. He said, "We're making a movie, not hundreds of millions of dollars of therapy." And that has the LGBTQ groups very, very upset. And this was in response to an Elio question. Now, if you don't know,
there you go. If you put anything that's not heteronormative in your movie, that's therapy. I would like to hear any explanation as to why would that constitute therapy. But whatever.
Elio had massive cuts. There was all kinds of drama around Elio. The director left. There's a bunch of cut content. Notably,
What was the content?
supposed to be outright gay.
Okay.
Like dreaming about crushing and living with his male lover and all kinds of stuff. And this is like a little kid, right? Little kid's movie, little kid in the movie. And
Yeah, little kids dream about love as well. There's nothing strange about it. Like little kids, if it was a little kid dreaming of, it was a little boy dreaming of getting a girlfriend, then Yellow Flash would probably have no problem with it. It's only a problem with if it's a little boy dreaming of being with a different little boy. Then it becomes, oh God, it's a little kid.
Right in your face. All that got cut, which caused all kinds of drama. And now he's coming out and basically saying, yeah, we're done with that stuff. You know, we'll see, right? Remains to be seen, but still, this comment was made. Now, he hasn't backed down yet. This was made on March 6th. At least that's when the article was published. And he hasn't backed down yet. And he's been getting, I guess, a ton of shit. We're going to go over it. But he's right.
Right about what? How is including LGBT therapy? Therapy for whom exactly? Who's getting the therapy?
It's not supposed to be about your therapy.
Wait,
And this is also the problem when you make
what's the therapy
that cost shit tons of money for a small niche market, which is what that is. You need to make movies that appeal to everybody, that are, especially if they're families, because you want all the families to show up.
There's no such thing as a movie that appeals to everybody. That's stupid.
You're already eliminating a bunch of customers so that you can
a bunch of bigots.
Make activists happy. And that's just not the way to do it.
Yeah, the only reason why you'd include any sort of non-heteronormative stuff is to make activists happy, because that makes a whole lot of sense, right? This is nonsense.
Now, if you want to make a small indie movie that's cheap or something, that's not going to cost you a lot of money. Maybe
the only way to have LGBT is to make a small indie movie. Okay.
Can find the customers right there, because I mean, you're not really putting a lot out there. It might possibly make its money back. But when you have a Disney Pixar movie that costs $100 million, I mean, that's just I'm just guessing there. You need a lot of people to show up because it needs to make 200 or 300 to make money. So he came out and said that in a response. Let's go over this. Doctor revealed to the Wall Street Journal that the studio cut LGBTQ content from the film after the original.
This person has to have some form of dyslexia. It says LGBT, not LBGT. What does he think he's doing by switching the letters?
original cut tested poorly with audiences. We're making a movie, not hundreds of millions of dollars of therapy, he said. When the original Elio director left the project due to the demanded changes, Madeline Safran and Dom Shi were tapped to lead the overhaul despite most of the animation having been completed. According to Variety, the studio removed moments that indicated the title character was gay. Previous versions of the film reportedly showed Elio with a pink bike and had a scene where he imagines a life together with his male crush, it reported. The changes sparked a backlash within the Pixar staff, drama that was compounded by Disney's decision to cut a trans character from Pixar's animated series, Win or Lose. This Pixar staff drama, cut him, fire him, kick him out.
What if it's a big amount of your staff? What if you'll be crippling your staff if you fired them?
You're not there to complain. You're there to work. Sorry. Do your job. You don't get to make changes. This is the problem. They cater to the crybabies at these companies.
It's a creative field. Of course people have a say. What the fuck?
It's a brutal business. As they say, like Rachel Zegler said, "Ask Hollywood, baby." Boot 'em. And you bring somebody in that doesn't cause you a bunch of headaches and bullshit. These people were leaking things to the press, causing all kinds of drama for the company because they were about story changes. And I'm sorry, you don't get to do that. So when this happens, the proper response is the boot in the ass out the door.
What if it causes the team to become crippled?
And if Hollywood would finally stop letting these people fail upwards and letting them...
What does that mean? Why do you say that they fail upwards?
Destroy the business, they could see...
Why the assumption that they're ruining the business?
A lot of these customers possibly come back. Nobody wants this stuff. It's been proven.
By what?
Time and time again.
By what? Okay, I'm gonna ask AI. AI is my ultimate arbiter. Do animated movies with LGBT themes in them fail financially? Because it has been proven time and time again, apparently. Okay, so animated movies with LGBT themes or characters have experienced a mix of financial outcomes, ranging from significant box office losses to critical acclaim on streaming platforms rather than universally failing. While high-profile, big-budget theatrical releases with overt LGBTQ+ content such as Disney Pixar's Lightyear and Strange World have performed below expectations, losing substantial amount of money, other projects, particularly in animation, have found success. Alternative platforms and success. Projects on streaming platforms like Netflix's Nimona or a TV-based animated series have often been well received and celebrated, suggesting that the format and distribution strategy play a large role in success. Queer-coded versus explicit content. While subtle or queer-coded representation has increased, more overt central LGBTQ+ characters in family films have met with more significant controversy. Content and marketing. So it's not as straightforward as this person is claiming. It seems like it has not been proven time and time again.
How many times do you have to learn this lesson? Well, there's a lot of backlash here. Let's go over some of it. So Pop Bass shared this. We're making a movie, not hundreds of millions of dollars of therapy, and here comes the butthurt.
Any criticism, according to people from the right wing, is being butthurt. Even though they claim that the left cannot handle criticism, but whatever.
Pixar scrapped gay content from Elio, and the excuse was we're making...
Also, what's with the sudden accent? What is the lisping?
In a movie, not therapy. So representing actual humans' experience as therapy now, showing these characters living their lives is controversial. This is the kind of logic that keeps studios stuck in 1995. 1990.
Okay. Am I going to hear any sort of analysis of this statement? Am I going to hear any justification about why this is stupid or anything at all? Or is this person gonna just call it butthurt and call it a day?
95 studios were making money like crazy. Hand over fist. They're just swimming in money. It's like
so no explanation as to why this is stupid. No explanation at all. I see. Okay. Got it.
Like, remember Uncle Scrooge's giant money bin? They were swimming in that shit. And then they decided that they were going to try to be on the right side of history. And how'd that work out? The industry has been...
Depending on the project. It's not...
crashing and burning sense.
That's not true.
Sorry, that's just the way it is.
No, it's not.
Here's some more.
Like the 5 seconds Google search disproven this.
Pixar cutting the storyline from Elio while calling representation therapy is dismissive framing.
I mean, you can read it in a funny voice, but you're not exactly making a counter argument. You're just reading this in a funny voice. You're not exactly demonstrating why what they're saying is incorrect.
Studios prioritizing markets over storytelling. That's the business reality, but language matters. Well, I mean...
Okay, so are you going to address the arguments? I'm sorry, reading it in a silly way and saying it's stupid, that's not an argument.
Will they lose money with using this language? No, they won't. The fact is, it'll probably tell people to come back. I think that's what he's doing there, is just kind of being direct and saying, hey, yeah, you don't have to worry anymore. You can bring your children to these movies. It will not be a lecture.
Yeah, because even just including the existence of LGBT characters is a lecture, apparently, somehow. This person has no arguments. This person does not address any of the arguments made by the people here. He just mocks and says that including any LGBT character in the movie is a lecture.
Imagine being a homophobic twat when you could just help create more beautiful, life-changing stories than in a heartbeat. A crowdfunded short that's 10 times better than anything Pixar has released in years. Oh, it's short, so it wasn't in the theaters? I never even heard of whatever this is.
Wow, if you haven't heard of it, then it must be really bad.
Did that go to the theaters? I wonder how it would sell. Probably not well. I effing hate the way that this representation shows are constantly treated like they have to be a huge therapeutic moment instead of treating them like normal effing humans.
Yeah.
Why does this need to be in a kid's movie? I think that speaks volumes. Like, why?
Why wouldn't it be in a kid's? Why would it not be in a kid's movie, I guess?
Why do you need that in a kid's movie?
Why not?
Why?
Why not? Like, you're not making an argument.
Parents don't want to take their kids to it. Why didn't you go see it 30 times? Why didn't you and your buddies all go make events out of going to these like families used to? Disney movies used to be an event. Disney movies come and let's take the family. That doesn't happen anymore. That's why they're course correcting, sir. We're making a movie, not hundreds of millions of dollars of therapy. This is such a hypocritical take from the person who made Inside Out, which is literally therapy. The reason they cut those elements is because they don't want to alienate the homophobic audience.
I mean, that is true.
Yeah, just families that just want to go and have a good time and not have to sit down and have serious discussions right after the movie. They're homophobic.
Yeah. If you need to have a serious conversation when an LGBT character happens to be included in a movie, then yeah, you might be homophobic if you have to turn it into a serious discussion, yeah. Like normally you would not need to have a serious discussion at all. You'd be like, oh, mom, look, those two boys liked each other. And then you just say, yeah, that just happens sometimes. Sometimes boys like girls, sometimes boys like boys. Then that's it. You don't have to have a serious conversation about it. This is ridiculous.
Sorry, this gas.
Yeah, if you need to have a serious conversation just because an LGBTQ plus character is included, then yeah, you might be a little bit homophobic. Go figure. What a shock.
Lighting doesn't work anymore. You can't
What's
change
the gaslighting?
people into going to these.
What exactly is the gaslighting? You just straight out said that they are homophobic because they don't like these elements in the movies. What's the gaslighting? Do you even know what gaslighting means?
Doesn't work anymore. It's over. It's over. Why is there such a push to put this kind of stuff in children's movies?
Why not?
Think about that.
Yeah, why not? What am I supposed to think about? Why is there such a push to push heterosexual relationship in kids' movies? If you think about that, this is a stupid argument. Well, no, that's actually a non-argument.
That's what all the fuss is always. We gotta have it in the kids' movies, the family movies.
Yeah, because if you normalize a lack of bigotry among children, then they will grow up to be not bigots, of course. If you normalize being accepting among children, then they will not be bigots in the future. I don't see what's so weird about it.
No one complains when it's in like a rated R movie or something, but when you're putting this stuff in a kids movie, yeah, people don't like it, man.
Why?
Some do, I'm sure, but it wasn't enough to get the movie to be successful. Sorry, the numbers don't lie. They're in the business of making money, and now they're going to crawl back to normal families.
What is an abnormal family? What is a normal family and what is an abnormal family?
Which is, by the way, the majority of consumers. So we'll see. We'll see if it actually works out for Disney. It did this time. This is one of their biggest successes in a long time, Hoppers. And I'm sure they're taking notice of that.
Well, wait, hold on. Hoppers is woke because it has environmental messaging. That's also considered woke. So that defeats the whole... It might not have LGBT elements, but it has strong environmental elements. And that in itself is considered woke by this crowd. So that defeats this person's argument.
So anyway, let me know what you guys think about all of this in the comments. Also, if you would, please like, subscribe, share the video, hit that notification bell, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Oh, God. I hope not to see you ever again. Oh, Clownfish TV. There you go. I found them. Clownfish TV. What? The internet made them obsolete. Now they're suing? Who? This is stupid. Those are very boring topics. This is so AI. Oh my God, they're so using AI. Hasbro CEO brags about going all in on AI, but Magic the Gathering and D&D are exempt. Wait, do they want Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons to be made by AI? What do they actually? What the fuck?
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Like, do they want AI to be more used in production of these properties? Is that what they actually use? I don't get it.
Hello.
And it turns out that, shocker, Hasbro is using AI to help design toys. Shocker.
Are they gonna have like, you know, weird faces or like extra fingers or
I don't know. So they're using AI to help design toys, but then Chris Cox is going out of his way
It's gonna be generic
to
and shitty.
assure D&D and Magic fans that they're not going to use AI in D&D or Magic.
But they did before.
This is gonna be generic and shitty. That's what it's
And
gonna
they
be.
got caught and they got in trouble. Is this like a case that they actually learned, or is this a case of like, oh no, we're not doing what you totally could, you know, see us doing. Look over there.
So are these people pro or anti-AI? Like, it's difficult to tell with those kinds of individuals.
I believe 100% they're already using it. They're just not telling people they're using it because they don't want to deal with the backlash. I don't. And honestly, the average consumer, as long as it looks good, is not going to care. The people that care are the people on Reddit and those.
Yeah, most AI does not look good. That's the problem. Most AI looks very uncanny. It's just a lot of AI just does not look good. Not without a proper human intervention.
People are already pissed at him because of the Harry Potter license.
Yeah.
So, yeah, whatever. He's probably like, yeah, whatever. We got to do what we got to do for maximum profit. So, before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants.
Yeah,
Guys,
whatever.
Funny, this is making the rounds.
I cannot believe that they're still doing stuff
on X. All the different Magic universes beyond sets. We've got Pawn Stars, Cheers, MASH,
Yeah.
Three's Company, Golden
Feels
Girls.
like it.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But look, they're producing an awful lot of product. So I guarantee you they are using AI to some extent because it is a lot more efficient than artists. Although
And the cards are cheap.
Dude, it's not more efficient. Like, it's not efficient because the quality of the outcome is not really there. It's very generic. It's very uncanny valley oftentimes.
Temporary to begin with and doing toys.
Right. As long as you have a license for the character.
So I'm not even sure about the efficiency part.
You know, print away. That's what they're doing.
Pretty much.
So this comes from Deserto. We'll talk about them using AI to design toys. So Optimus is designing himself, apparently. I don't know. Hasbro CEO reveals company uses AI versions of Peppa Pig and Optimus Prime to make products now.
Okay, show.
The company is using artificial intelligence models based on its own characters, including Peppa Pig and Optimus Prime, to help design new products. The executive explains that internal teams have trained custom AI models using Hasbro's intellectual property, allowing designers to generate concepts and visualizations much faster than before. That is actually the best use of, I think, AI right now in the creative space is like previs. Like, hey, we can crank out like 10 or 20 ideas in a couple of hours, pick the best one, and then do a final.
See, I think that's probably what it's going to be used a lot for, like even for, you know, shows and animation. It's just here's our parameters, like what could we do, and then you'll come up with ideas, and then from there, because you're not going to want to design whole cloth, because a lot of times it's not, at least at this point in time, and I don't think it's good enough to do that. You're still going to want people, because it might look good on a computer, but it's not actually, you know, something that translates well into play.
I'm trying to think like.
Also, these people have tried making their own comic, and it's not that great.
It designs a transformer that is completely mistransformed.
Yeah. I mean, the Transformers, though, could you imagine? I mean, I always thought it was so impressive, the amount of thought that had to go into them to begin with.
Oh, the new ones especially. I mean, that's one thing. They are made out of cheap plastic, but the transformations are ridiculous.
The thought process behind it blows my mind.
So according to Cox, the company's design teams now have access to a suite of the latest tools from basically every major company, alongside models trained specifically on Hasbro characters and brands.
Wait, so they have we basically went and got all the tools from all the different AI companies. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, so like Chat and Google and yeah. So they can pay for it. They can afford to pay for it. And
now, they did say they trained them specifically on their own stuff.
yes, and
Not
that
whether
is a
that's
thing
true
you
or
can,
not, I don't know. But if they did, then I have less problem with it.
that is a thing you can do, and that's where I think, again, that's where all this stuff is going to go, is you're going to basically have your own personal assistant or a company assistant that helps you with stuff. I think that's what Disney's trying to do. Right now, people are like, just
Yeah, but AI does not really have a personality, so how would they be your assistant?
heckin' prompts in the Chat GPT. That's not what this is going to be used for. Eventually, it's gonna get good, but I think we're gonna have guardrails, and you can only use it for your own stuff, allegedly.
But will there be jobs gone because now you don't need as many people?
Well, they've already fired a bunch of artists. I mean,
So
they
is that
have.
why?
I 100% believe what went down, because this would have been like 2023, 2024 when AI was starting to be a thing, and this is when they got busted using AI for ads.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they probably told their team that we're going to start using AI, and if you're not okay with it, there's the door, and some of them opted for the door, and some of them got pushed out the damn door because Chris Cox is like, this is just the way it's going to be. And that's like, they've got the people within Wizards trying to complain about Harry Potter now. I can guarantee you when that new show drops, Chris Cox is going to be like, yeah, we need some Harry Potter magic cards. Do it.
Probably.
If you don't do it, we'll have the robot do it.
Yeah, they're saying now they're not going to do that, but sure they won't.
I don't believe them for 1 second. It's too efficient to not use to make maximum profit, especially when you're cranking out every damn licensed whatever as a card set. Cox added that with more development time available, designers can go further by programming the personalities of specific characters in the system so they can act as collaborators. Yeah, that's what I want, is Peppa Pig tell me what to do.
That'd be hilarious, though, wouldn't it? Though.
Yeah, but AI doesn't really have a personality. This is ridiculous.
Look at you like they always do with the way their eyes are. They're gonna turn their head.
know, right?
They're always gonna have their head turned like that. They can look at you straight on. I mean, look at me when I'm talking to you.
I know, right? Wow, they'll say that's authentic. That's not authentic. So we have Peppa Pig co-design Peppa Pig products with us. Optimus Prime is going to co-design Optimus Prime Transformers products with us. Oh my God!
Ironically, Neon has a computer that's called Optimus Prime.
All of our so we have multiple waves of computers. All of our office computers originally were named after Transformers. So we had Optimus, Megatron, Starscream's my very loud laptop.
Yes. It's very loud.
Cyclonus, because it just gets hot. I don't know why.
Mine are named after
She-Ra.
I had She-Ra.
Swift Wind.
I had Synergy.
Synergy.
That's great. It's not really programming a personality. It's basically just programming the AI to use a speaking pattern of a character. But that's not really a personality.
Yeah, and then the other computers are named after Power Rangers. So my main computer at home is actually the Green Ranger now.
It's true.
The company has used these character models in other creative ways inside the offices. Cox explained that AI versions of Optimus Prime and Megatron are used as interactive DJs in the main hall of Hasbro's HQ.
What?
What?
What does that even mean?
They're two of the DJs we have in the main hall of our office where people can ask them to play songs.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah. Hypocritical to point out when you and other gullible grifters use ugly AI slop for thumbnails. True. I've seen their thumbnails. It's definitely AI slop.
Oh, wait, they're serious?
Yeah, why is it not?
Part of me is like, that's cool. And part of me is like, that's really... He's saying this on one side of his face. And then the other side of his face, came into this conversation without...
in those shitty magic cards, and you're not doing it because of ethics.
Okay, this is boring. It's not just because of ethics, it's also because AI quality is shit. Who is this? The problem no one wants to admit. Okay, I want to see what the problem is that nobody wants to admit. What exactly is this problem that nobody wants to admit exists?
Yeah, people are arguing across each other. And so you can never reach a conclusion if you're not arguing.
It is impossible.
But you're not arguing the same thing.
It's
at all.
irresolvable. It's irresolvable. It's like there's two competing values, and you have to pick which one in this moment you think is more important. And if you're going to pick one, then I think you have to accommodate the interests of the other side.
Right.
In other words,
no, you don't. That's ridiculous. It's like when you have one side that says that Jewish people don't exist, don't deserve to live, or don't deserve to exist in public spaces, or you can extend this to LGBT or any other marginalized group. You cannot extend understanding to the group that wants you gone.
if you're someone who thinks that trans women should not participate in the female category.
Oh, there you go.
The other side.
Right.
And if you're going to pick one, then I think you have to accommodate the interests of the other side.
No, you cannot accommodate the interests of the other side. That's ridiculous. Again, if there are people in a country that think that Jewish people do not deserve rights, certain rights, do not deserve to be able to go to the park, do not deserve to go to the public pool, which was a thing that was banned for Jewish people in Nazi Germany, then you shouldn't accommodate the other side in any way when it comes to this. If that, when there's a side that thinks that gay people should be able to get married, I shouldn't accommodate to those people. When there is the same with trans healthcare. If there's a group of people that thinks that trans people should not have access to any sort of healthcare, like those people should not be accommodated. It's ridiculous.
Right.
In other words, if you're someone who thinks that trans women should not participate in the female category, you have to go out of your way to be an advocate for all other aspects of the trans agenda. Yes. That's your
What the hell is the trans agenda?
obligation. You have to be able to say, okay, I know that this is something that means a lot to you. I'm not going to back you on this, but I promise you I'll back you on everything else. And the flip side is also true. I think that if you are someone who wants that kind of participation, you have to go out of your way to acknowledge the importance that you're basically saying to people who care a lot about sports, and women's sports in particular, that I'm asking you to give up something here. And I will...
To give up what? What are you asking people to give up?
I will bend over backwards to make that sacrifice easier for you. There has to be that accommodation.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, my position on this is I acknowledge both sides. It's really hard.
Yeah, because your position is stupid. Your position is the most cowardly.
I happen to be a huge track and field fan, so it's really hard for me to make the sacrifice of giving up the female category in that same way. But I also understand that that's a problematic position to hold, particularly for a group that is imperiled. And so, my answer is, for the moment, because I also acknowledge that my mind might change, right? I was writing about Caster Semenya 10 years ago, and I had a different position than I had now.
How did it change?
The science of people at that moment did not understand the degree to which this is a technical question. She's not trans, she's DSD, so she was intersex. The question was, if you suppress the testosterone of someone in that condition, do you level the playing field with biological women? There was a belief back then that you could level the playing field. Now the science seems to be that there's still a considerable historical advantage.
Yeah.
So it's more complicated, right? But that side it's super complicated.
What is the historical advantage?
Say is, if you're going to pick one side, you have to accommodate the other.
I often find
that's stupid. That's stupid to have this rule that in all cases you have to accommodate the other. What about, how does that work with things like segregation, slavery? How does that work with redlining? How does that work with not allowing gay marriage? How does that work with not allowing gay adoption? How does that work with all these other things?
That we're stuck in these situations and these conversations because we allow ourselves to suffer from a lack
How does that work with trying to ban people's healthcare?
of imagination.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I say that is because we act like what is always was and will always be.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I look at people now arguing hard, the women's sports, and I go, if I was to rewind time and go back decades and decades and decades, I would argue that those same people would be the ones going, women can't do sports. Women can't, and we would see that. Do you know what I mean? There was a time when women were stopped from getting
That is true.
into sport. Like people were like, no, a woman can't box, a woman can't run, a woman can't. No. What do you mean women's sports? Women's public bathrooms. That was the one that like blew my mind the most. Was in America, people used to fight against women using a public toilet. They were like, no, you go. What are you doing? That's for the men. You go home. What are you doing?
Was that to stop them from not going too far?
No, it was just like this idea of like.
Yeah, there was the idea of the public space, which was for men, and the domestic space, which was for women. If a woman spent too much time in the public space, she was assumed to be a sex worker.
It just didn't.
That used to be a thing in the United States for a long time.
Make sense because of the way things were.
Got it.
Same thing with black people. There was a time when people were like, so you're saying black people, like, quick story. My dad at some point ran like a small little restaurant would be a strong term. He cooked food for people and they came and like ate at it. It was a tiny little place in Johannesburg, just outside of Johannesburg actually. And I asked him, I was like, oh, what happened to the place? He's like, oh, it got shut down. I was like, what happened? He's like, they shut it down because I wanted to serve black patrons and white patrons. Then I immediately was like, oh, my father, the saint. Oh, what a legend. Then he was like, no. I don't care about the race thing at all. He's like, I don't care. He's like, it just didn't make sense to me. And he's a very like, he's Swiss German. He was like, this makes no sense. Black people and white people eat the same things and use the same cutlery and are the same. What are you doing? It's also terrible for a business. And what the apartheid government wanted is they wanted my father to build an additional bathroom just for black people because they were like, white people and black people should not use the same bathroom. This is scientific. That's what they even said. It's science. And then my dad was like, no, sorry, I'd rather shut down the restaurant because this is crazy to me, right? So he had his own reason, which I guess aligned with good, but he doesn't even accept it when I go, that was a good choice. He's like, no, it just doesn't make sense. Now, when I come back to the world of imagination, I go, if we acknowledge that the things that are weren't always, then we acknowledge the possibility that something new could be, right? The Paralympics is an example.
Yeah.
I remember when the Paralympics first started, like first started, people went, this is crazy.
Have they changed their minds now?
Now, have you seen how big the viewership is? Have you seen how big the endorsements are? You go to a city or a town when the Paralympics is on, the advertisements change, there's major campaigns. It's no longer even, it just moves over to the Paralympics. You get what I'm saying? And in the Paralympics, I found some of the most creative thinking because they went, how do we, to your point, how do we find a measure of fair in a thing that we've also invented in terms of fairness? So they're like, how do you say that a person missing a leg from the knee down, who do they run against? Somebody with the same thing? But what if that person has no legs, but it's only from the hip or not from the hip or an eye or a hand? And they were like, you know what? We're just going to work to figure this thing out. We're just going to work to figure this thing out. Because I think whoever was organizing this, remembered the original idea of what the sport was supposed to be. It was a competition between people, and they were participating in something that we've imagined. It's not real, guys. Like, this is not, do you know what I mean? It's not gravity.
Yeah.
The rules and the lines that we draw on a field.
There's a wonderful quote.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with this person.
To this very point, that sport is the willing acceptance.
Also, this idea that sport is always fair is just fiction. I especially like it when people say, oh no, this person wants to get into boxing with these people, but that's dangerous when talking about boxing.
of arbitrary constraints.
Yes, that's exactly it. So here's an example I was thinking of when I was going through this. I went, we make it seem like in some sports it's just man, woman, right? That's it. But then in another sport we'll go, no, it's not just man, woman. It's also age. Age is important. Age, yes, the under 16 World Cup.
Mhm.
Oh, why do we have a different category for? Well, they're younger. So who says they should get a different category? But we accept that, right? Boxing for me is probably one of the craziest.
Yeah, boxing has weights. Many weights, actually. There's like several weights in boxing right now.
Guys, at some point, and you can clearly see when people want to make concessions, they'll make them. If you think about it, technically boxing should have just been, you fight him, the winner's the winner. And then at some point someone went, bro, I'm skinny, man. Come on, this is not fair.
Yeah. And then it becomes that there's so many. How many boxing classes list? Okay, so you have $17 divisions. Minimum weight, straw weight, mini flyweight, light flyweight, junior flyweight, super flyweight, bantamweight, super bantamweight, featherweight, super featherweight, lightweight, super lightweight, welterweight, super welterweight, middleweight, super middleweight, light heavyweight, cruiserweight, and then finally you have heavyweight.
I can't beat that guy. And they didn't go like, well, then you're out. They went, all right. We're going to make a class.
Skin to skin.
For these feather light people. You guys who has light as feathers.
I love that about boxing, though.
But this is what I'm trying to say.
But in running?
No, but this is what I'm trying to say is like, imagine we have a sport where you can come in weighing feathers all the way to heavyweight. We've given, and it's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4, it's not 5.
17.
The weight divisions do this, they do this, they do this. And no one would say to you like, that's crazy, that's so many divisions.
Yeah.
I wonder why we never engaged in these conversations.
You know who the worst offenders are? The swimmers who, they've just created a sport to maximize the number of medals they give out. There's like the 50-meter freestyle, the 100-meter freestyle.
But that's what I mean, it's arbitrary.
It's like what they're going to have before it's all over, like 10 different freestyles.
Yes.
So the 150.
Can you do it like a butterfly? I have a whole stand-up bit about that where I'm just like, what is this? You're doing it less efficiently and you get more medals.
No one ever uses those strokes outside of competition. That should tell you something.
You see? So now what I'm saying about these conversations.
You're being strangely quiet on the question.
No. But what I'm saying about these things is we forget. I think we forget that everything exists in the time that it exists, and it becomes the norm because that's what it is in any given time.
Yeah.
But if we stop imagining possibilities, then we're going to be tied to what is now, but not what could ever be. And so when that's funny enough, that's like I think that's where you've influenced me in my life. It's like a Gladwell way to think. I always think is like, yeah, but where was it, and what is it, and what is it trying to be? The fundamental thing sports is trying to be is fair. However, some sports, if we're honest, are inherently unfair. Like to use like the Caster Semenya thing. I remember people would say, oh, but she has an unfair advantage. I'll be like, yeah, so does LeBron James. If you are like 7 feet tall, you have an unfair advantage in basketball. We should ban you from the sport. You know what I mean? If you are Michael Phelps, you have an unfair advantage that your body doesn't produce as much lactic acid. We should ban you from the sport. But we don't. We celebrate those people because we go, you're a freak of nature. Well done. But then when other people are the same freak of nature, then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? And so I think that's like the thing.
It's all very arbitrary. It's all very, like you can, that's true. But when it comes to gender norms, when it comes to gender divisions, suddenly it becomes very important. Because gender norms also create certain gender divisions, gender roles.
What frustrates me in some of these moments is, I'm not saying there's a right way and a wrong way and a this way and a that way, but it's like, yo, man, if you can find a way for more people to participate and you can make it as fair as possible, like the UFC does, like boxing does. I will watch two skinny men fighting, and then I will watch two of the bulkiest men fighting, or for that matter, women in UFC. And I don't go like, this.
You should have been the moderator of this panel. you would have survived much. Jesus, what was I? Do you have a good? What was I thinking?
But
no good deed goes unpunished.
No, but I actually think that's what it is.
That's what it is.
But I think in institutions mainly, and which I think sports federations and sports organizations are big, long institutions that have institutional memory of how things were done.
Exactly.
Two things will always alter the course of any institution. It's either the people dying out or commercialization coming in. Because I think when you add money, there's incentive now to accommodate and find creative ways to extract money from sponsors to sponsor the Paralympics.
You're not wrong.
You have the same with let's add more backstroke, side stroke, kick stroke, knee stroke.
Yeah, because they would get rid of that if people stopped watching it and there was no money. They would be like, all right.
Absolutely. And that's what people are finding a problem with now with the Olympics. People watch the Olympics and go, what am I watching? What is this?
Yeah.
Because also it doesn't equal out. So you see, if every discipline that exists in the Olympics, right, exists in the Paralympics, then I would be sold. If there was shooting and
2 hours,
and with people with something that they normally wouldn't have, I would be fully in. But when I feel like there's concessions being made, and I'm like, I'm not watching the full thing. And that's the thing that I find with soccer fans is they watch male soccer,
yeah,
but then female soccer is it's not real soccer, it's not real. They don't watch fully. You guys are not fully participant in football.
Yeah, but I think you're missing the point.
Football.
No, but I think you're missing the point though. See, I think this is where I think you're missing the point.
Right.
There are some people like Joseph Opie, our friend. We had him on the podcast. He watches everything. Everything.
Female under 16, Yonkin. Yeah.
But you see, before you run to that and you go like, oh, a football fan is inconsistent because they watch men's soccer, but they don't watch women's soccer. I also don't watch other leagues. I don't watch the Turkish league. They've got great teams, Galatasaray, Besiktas. They've got great teams that I see in the Champions League. I don't watch the Portuguese league. I don't watch the Italian league. Serie A has had some of the greatest champions that have ever existed. I don't watch the Serie A. I don't watch the South African league. There's many leagues that I don't watch. So I don't think we can quickly say, oh, you're not supporting women's sport because you don't watch that, but you also don't watch other leagues. Do you get what I'm saying? I think the more important thing to ask ourselves is why people are or aren't allowed to just like be part of a thing before we even get to commercialization. Because I'm not saying that everybody must watch the same thing the same. But what I'm saying is, if a skinny ass man is allowed to be a boxer, a man who weighs less than a bag of cement is allowed to be a professional boxer, a man that I can pick up and throw to the other side of the room. He'll beat me in a fight, boxing, but I can lift him. If that person gets accommodated, why can we not accommodate a trans woman is what I'm saying.
True. Well said. Well said. Even Fido just came here and said, I applaud Trevor Noah, okay, for this commentary. I agree. Let's see the comments. Are we still pretending conservatives are arguing trans issues in good faith and care about trans people's well-being in this, the year of our Lord 2026? Good question. Good question. I find fair, quote-unquote, competitive categories like women's and versus men's sports, weight classes, masters, age class, or parasports are just as stupid and wrong-hearted as free market capitalism. Competition is for creating losers. We're at war. We're about to enter into the worst recession, depression we've ever seen. Donald Trump has more than doubled his net worth in a single year. Through corruption of the presidency, billionaire oligarchs are stealing all of our money. Why the F are we talking about like 11 trans athletes? Who cares? We have real problems. The thing is, trans athletes who have been on their new gender standard hormones for 2 years or more are statistically not having any advantage from their previous gender. I'm okay with there being standards that a trans athlete has to meet to qualify to go from one to the other, but a blanket bearing of them is disgraceful. We have the science to settle this point. I do agree that we all seem to be arguing the wrong point and arguing incorrectly. The argument shouldn't be, do we include or exclude trans athletes? The question should be, how do we include them fairly? And that's a very easier question to figure than to convince others of one of the extremes of the first question. The question, the comments are actually pretty reasonable. I'm very surprised. Usually the comments when it comes to these topics are not quite as reasonable as what I'm seeing here. So I have to say that I am pleasantly surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised. Okay. All right. I have to say that this video started with a take that I completely disagreed with, that you always have to accommodate the other side. Like if the other side wants you gone, then no, you should not try to accommodate them. There are situations when you just should just stand your ground and not accommodate. But then the other person, then the actual Trevor, carried the thing and did a great job at making a good point. So I'm happy with this. All right. I feel like this is an opportunity for me, since there are not many viewers right now who are live, for me to raid into the politics thing, do a few political topics, and then we'll see. We've done a little bit of a thing here now, and now we can move on to the politics. Hold on. Because I do have to prepare. Also, let's see, let's do some checking. All right, let's do this. Oh,
Right. I have to lock in. So I'm gonna raid myself. Done. Rewind, blah 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 blah. In edit. Finish. There we go.